have been baking for us.
Once in Glasgow in hotel, and first morning the breakfast, the lady came and she said, "You brought some for breakfast?" We're like, "Okay, yeah." And we got like beans, bacon, eggs, such a big plate of everything, super high calories. It was amazing. That's tea. That's coffee. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Iaga Day 2, the holiday inn. And we've got a very interesting morning ahead of us. And I'd like to welcome Regina and Mark from ARRI, who will be discussing ARRI, telling us all about the ARRI color science in their cameras. Mark, Regina, thank you very much for joining us.
All right, well, thank you very much. We are going to start by briefly introducing ourselves. Regina, you want to start?
Yes, good morning, everybody. I'm Regina Kramer, the head of lighting technology at ARRI R&D Lighting. And in our team, we're also concerned with color science and colorimetric algorithms. And I'm really glad and excited to have the possibility here to give you some insights to the color science of our LED-based fixtures. No, Mark.
Thank you. And my name is Mark Schipper-Mueller. I'm Senior Product Manager for Camera Systems. The senior just means I'm really, really old. There was not a raise involved in that, unfortunately. And I studied at CalArts in Los Angeles. And I was very interested in computers. I was very interested in film and video. And I was always afraid I'd never get all my three passions to come together. And then, for some reason or other, they all converged and became the Alexa. So that was very fortuitous. I don't know if you know this, but in Germany we have something called Fasching, where everybody dresses up in crazy costumes. And I actually wanted to come in costume today. I thought I'd come like this. But both my boss and my wife said that would be inappropriate, so you're seeing me in the old boring suit. No, you would have liked it. Okay. All right, we have three parts here. I'm going to be starting with reveal color science in the camera. Regina will talk about color science for LED lighting fixtures, and then I will talk about the Alexa mode in the SkyPanel X a little bit. Before I start, though, thank you very much for having us. Thank you to Imago. Thank you, Tim, for having us. If we could bring the house lights down, please, that would be great. And after those three parts, there will be questions and answers, and we will answer any questions on film cameras, digital cameras, or windsurfing. So, I'm serious. I actually had one question on windsurfing once in a presentation in Tokyo. That was fun. So let's start. What do we want from a camera? Presumably, you're all cinematographers. You want a camera. What do you want from the camera? There are a number of things you want in a camera. And we at ARRI, maybe erroneously, maybe not, we're very, very much obsessed with this one, with image quality. To us, that is the most important thing, because that's what you guys want to make, you guys and girls. And ladies and gentlemen, you want to make images, and that's the most important thing. And images really come from two sources. They come from the sensor, that's really important, the hardware that creates the original data, but equally important is the image processing. And I think we haven't paid enough attention to that, or it's not as much in the public's eye. Now with the sensor, with the Alexa 35, we've done okay. The LF4 sensor and the Alexa 35 has done as well, 70 stops of dynamic range, really great color. But accompanying that, we've also worked on a new color science, which is called the reveal color science. Reveal, the marketing department gave it that name because it reveals the beauty inside the images. Let's start with what it is not. In the Alexa 35, there are some camera-specific features. For instance, the sensor, 17 stops of dynamic range, beautiful colors. Low noise. The textures, baked in, that's a feature of the camera itself, and the advanced color management, which ensures that every Alexa 35 looks like the next Alexa 35. Those are not reveal color signs. What is reveal color signs is everything else. So once the image comes from the sensor, gets processed with the textures, goes through the calibration stage, it goes through these steps here, and that's the reveal color signs, and that's what I'm going to be focusing on in more detail. So let's say you are a famous French, two more slides. Where does the reveal color signs happen? In the camera itself, at some point, array raw gets created, and then the array raw goes through the reveal color signs, and out comes either ProRes recording and or viewfinder image SDI outs or frame grabs. If you choose to not record ProRes but record array raw instead, the array raw image comes out, and then we distribute all our color signs to third parties and Resolve, Baselight. They all have our debayering engine inside and the reveal color signs, and then they process the image through reveal color signs, and out comes ProRes, OpenEXR, or whatever. So let's say you're on the set, you're a famous French cinematographer, and you're shooting your latest movie, and you want to know what happens. The light comes through the lens, hits the sensor, what happens next in terms of the image processing. Before I go to that, though, let me talk a little bit about theory on color spaces. And I'm sure all of you know this, so I'm just repeating this for maybe one or two people who this would be helpful for. I actually didn't know this. I'm a trained camera assistant. You don't get trained on color spaces, so I did some research, and what I found is that a color space is a method of writing down colors as numbers, so we can store them, we can process them, and we can display them. Now, there are two different types of color spaces, and I call them virtual color spaces and display color spaces. Now, my color science friends always cringe because they're saying that's not what they're called. That's not the proper name. The proper name is scene referred and display referred, which confuses me. I don't know what that means, so I'm sticking with my personal nomenclature. What is a virtual color space? It's a color space that's generally relatively large, and it's great for capturing images, for storing images, and for processing images. But because it is so large, it cannot be displayed on any display technology that exists on this planet. So you have something that is virtual, but you cannot really display it. Log C4 is a virtual color space, which is why it doesn't look right when you show it on a normal Rec. 709 monitor. There also could be colors in there that the human eye can't see. If you look at this diagram here, the horseshoe here, that's the visible range of light that a human can see. And in a virtual color space, for instance, ACES, the gray triangle here, we could have a color right here. That can exist, but it doesn't mean anything because you can't see it. So that's one of the issues with virtual color spaces. Examples are the Arri Wide Gamut 3 we've used in all our previous cameras, Wide Gamut 4, Alexa 35, or the ACES color space. Now, we do want to show the images at some point, so we need display color spaces. And they are designed around the actual capabilities of a display technology. Examples are Rec. 709. This is bizarrely based on what traditional cathode ray tube monitors could do. And we still adhere to the standard. When you go on the set the next day, you set your monitor Rec. 709, you see the colors that an old cathode ray tube could do in, I don't know, the 50s or the 60s. It's very strange. Now, in computers, they have exactly the same thing. It's called sRGB. That's the same as Rec. 709, just a different name Adobe gave it. Then we have a larger color. So here's Rec. 709. You can see it's a relatively small color space. Then we have P3, which is for digital cinema projectors. That's somewhere in between the blue and the green triangle. And then we have Rec. 2020. That is a color space designed for laser-based digital projection. Now, I call Rec. 2020 an aspirational color space because very little technology on this planet can actually show all the colors in Rec. 2020. What happens a lot of times is that people will grade in P3, and then they stick the P3 in a Rec. 2020 wrapper, and out it goes. All right, so now that we have the technology, the theory behind us, let's see what happens when you shoot an image, what happens inside the camera. The first thing that happens is the debayering. So light hits the sensor, the light gets converted into a signal, the signal gets digitized, and then at some point there's an array raw image. Now, array raw is a black and white image. For each pixel, you have one color. There's blue, green, blue, green, blue, green, green, red, green, red, green, red, blue, green, blue, green, blue, green, and so on and so on. This is a pattern called the Bayer color filter array, invented by Dr. Bayer, who worked for Kodak. Thank you again, Kodak, for providing us with such wonderful technologies. And that's what you have when you have array raw. But we want to have a color image out of it. So the first thing happens is the debayering. And what that does is it converts this black and white image into a color image. And what you get is camera-native RGB image data. But this image data is in no shape that we can actually see or use. It's just this cloud point. I spent a lot of time with a graphics designer and the color scientist to kind of define what this might look like. It's not in any kind of color space. It represents the spectral sensitivity of the sensor. This is all the colors the sensor sees. Now, we have a new algorithm that does that is better than our previous algorithms. It gives you sharper images and cleaner edges, so that's a good thing. And we can do that because we have more processing power inside the Alexa 35 than we had in all our previous cameras. Now, we have this cloud, but as I said, we can't do anything with it. Now we need to put this into a color space, a tri-stimulus color space, one of those little triangles around the horseshoe, that then allows us to actually do some meaningful processing with the images. And the method that usually is being used is a matrix. That is what we've been using. That's what everybody else has been using in the past, because it's computationally inexpensive. You don't need a lot of processing power to do this with a matrix. Now, for the Alexa 35, we've come up with a new novel method of doing this, and this is one of the reasons why the colors look different and better in the Alexa 35. It will give you more accurate colors. The hue will stay where it is, even when severely over or underexposed. You will see more fine nuances in the image, better differentiation in the images, and the colors stay the same in SDR and in HDR. So this is a great advantage. And that converts the color into a color space. And this is third step here, is the new color space, Array White Gamut 4. Now, with the new sensor, we saw that we had this opportunity. We had more color information. And we thought, OK, we need to have a new color space. And traditionally, somebody will have a theory what that should be like. And then we implement it and put it in the camera. With the Alexa 35, we decided to go a different route. We decided to go experimental. So we came up with different color spaces. We took some images, put them in these color spaces, and then gave them to colorists and had them play with the images and see what would happen. Now, you would think the larger the color space, the better, the more you have to play with. But it turns out this is not so. Some of the larger color spaces were actually much more difficult to color grade. And so we iterated ourselves to a point where we came up with a new color space here, which gave us great colors and was easy and quick to grade. And this is what we call the Goldilocks color space. It is just the right size. It's a little larger than Rec 2020, which, as I said, you can't really display anyway. So we have more color, with color to spare, but we have reduced areas in the virtual color. So there are very few colors, just a little tip here of colors that we can't see. And one of the things that sometimes happens, if you have a color, you put a color here, is that some systems can't handle them, and they just set it to 0, and then you get gamut clipping, which is ugly and you really don't want. The advantages are, as I said, faster and easier grading. You get more accurate color space conversions, and it is fully enclosed and therefore compatible with the ACES color space. So once we have that, we found that the sensor has a lot more dynamic range than our previous sensors. When we found that in the lab, we did a little happy dance, a little happy engineering dance, and then we realized, oh my gosh, the log C that we used to have cannot encompass this new dynamic range. So we had to come up with a new log C, which we called log C4, because it really is kind of the 4th generation, and then retroactively we renamed the old log C to log C3. And this encodes all the brightness information in the image. So here you see the log C3 curve and a little longer log C4 to capture more of this exposure. Now, all the stuff I just talked about, the debayering, the color space, you don't really have to worry about on the set. This is something you do have to worry about on the set, or worry is the wrong word. You have to be aware of this, because medium gray happens to fall at a point that's lower in the curve because the curve gets stretched a little more. Medium gray happens at a point that is lower. So instead of a 39% signal, you get 28%, and therefore an 18% gray chart will look darker in log C3. In log C4. And I have an example here. On the left, this is a mini LF area raw image that we processed on the left with log C3 and on the right to log C4. So the log C4 image looks a little darker if you look at it. That is okay. Don't worry about it. That's the way it is supposed to be. You just have to know it. And some people who start working with Alexa 35 for the first time, they freak out. They get worried about this because they're so used to the log C3 image. Don't worry, it's okay. Once we have that, so we have all that. We have the color space. We have the log C4 image. Then we have to do a last step because we're still in this virtual color space, area wide gamut 4 that cannot be displayed. So we have to convert this into something that can be displayed. And that is traditionally done with something called a display render transform. And that is just a very fancy color science word for a 3D LUT that takes your image from the area wide gamut 4 color space and makes an image out of it that you can display on a proper monitor, Rec 709, Rec 2020, Rec 2100, SDR, HDR, whatever you have. Now, for this new camera system, this new color science, we've developed new lookup tables. They take full advantage of the sensor, of the rest of the image processing to get you the best image there. It gives you improved color fidelity. And you have this, of course, in the Alexa 35. We have these display render transforms. We provide them to third parties, so you find that in Baselight, Resolve, all those third parties in our area reference tool. And if you want, you can download them on the internet from our website. Now, why is this important to you? This is important because we by now have literally thousands of Alexa 35s out there in the field. And people are mostly very happy with the camera. Whenever I do hear of a problem, well, not all the time, 90% of the time when I hear of a problem, I will try to go to the set, or I'll talk to the camera person, I'll talk to the DIT, and 90% of the time, somebody was trying to use an old log C3 lookup table with the Alexa 35 footage. And so the important thing to remember is an Alexa 35 log C4 image requires Alexa 35 log C4 3D lookup tables. You cannot use the old lookup tables. And you can't convert them either. There's no automatic mechanism that can convert the old log C3 lookup tables to log C4. What you have to do, or probably not you, probably your DIT or your colorist, you have to rebuild them visually from scratch. I know that is a pain, but that's the price we're paying for the prettier images. Now, we had to do that too with the Area Look library. The Area Look library is included in the Alexa 35, and we rebuilt every look in the Alexa 35 look library from scratch, looking at the images from the previous log C3 look library. So this is the bit that's important for you here to remember. Now, we have these log C3, log C4 images, and then if we apply the 3D LUT, you get a very pretty nice image. Now, this is all Alexa 35. And what happens if you shoot with Alexa 35 and then you also want to use a mini or a mini LF? Well, the same people who worked on the Airy laser, who worked on the Airy scan, which was interesting, by the way, because when we built film cameras, if you think about it, a film camera is a sewing machine. Pull the film down, hold it in place. Pull the film down, hold it in place. Pull the film down, hold it in place. It's a little repetitive, the whole thing. We didn't make the image. So come time the Alexa came rolling around, we actually had to make the image. This was huge. And I'm very thankful to my former boss, Franz Kraus, because he realized that. And he realized that at some point, as Airy, we will have to make the image, not just a sewing machine. And so he started to build digital competency, and his projects were the Airy laser and the Airy scan. Those were the first projects where we got people on board that knew color science really well and that could think about the image. And those same people deconstructed film in a way in their heads, and they came up with how does an image in an Airy laser have to look? How does it have to look in an Airy scan? Same people worked on the D20, D21, got to put our toes in the water of digital cameras, and then those same people built the Alexa, and those same people built the Alexa Mini, Alexa LF, Mini LF, and the Alexa 35. So the images look very close. They match. You can intercut them. But wait, there's more. If you stay a little longer, you get a free set of Ginsu knives. you can actually take Arri RAW from all our digital cameras, except the D20 and D21, and you can then pour that into Reveal color signs. Now, what you're not going to get the 17 stops, you're not going to get textures, and you're not going to get the advanced color management. But you're going to get all these other advantages. The sharper edges through the new debayering algorithm, the more accurate colors through the new color engine. You get the larger color space, you get compatibility with Alexa 35 because you're using LogC4, and the better color fidelity through the better display render transforms. So anything you've shot with previous Alexa cameras in Arri RAW can now be made to look better through Reveal color signs. And we have that in our Arri reference tool. If you have some Alexa Mini LF footage in Arri RAW, it gives you the option of processing either through the old LogC3 Arri Wide Gamut 3 process or through the new process. And I think the newer one actually says Reveal color signs there by now. I told them they should do that. And that's a great thing. Now, how close does it actually look? We asked ourselves this question, and one thing I learned at Arri is the theory only gets you so far. And then you have to go and shoot tests, as many as possible, have third parties shoot tests, and that's really when you see the truth. And this, by the way, is something I love about this industry. I could be telling you anything about the camera. The camera brings you coffee. The camera makes you happy. You know, you don't believe this, and this is good. When you have a show, you shoot a test, you use the camera that looks the best, the end. I think it grounds this industry in a sort of truth that I really, really appreciate. There's less bullshit in our industry than I think in other industries where you have a lot of marketing going on. Anyway, so we shoot a lot of tests. We love tests. We make decisions based on tests. So here we shot some Mini LF Arri RAW, and in the top row here, you see this image processed with the old color signs. The middle row, this is the image processed with Reveal, so Mini LF image processed with Reveal. And the bottom row here, you see the image processed with, as you see an Alexa 35 image, also processed with Reveal. Now, I have to, this projector does not have the accuracy my laptop screen has, because if you look very carefully in my laptop screen, you can see a little edge here, which you cannot see on this projector here. So I would recommend it, when you have the time afterwards, come take a look at my laptop. There's a tiny little difference, but you can see that Mini LF with Reveal looks a lot closer to Alexa 35 than if you don't process it through Reveal. But we don't shoot charts, so we shoot actual images. So we did a test, and again, this projector here doesn't do this total justice. You can still see some differences. Come take a look at my laptop. You see much bigger differences there. But I want to point out a couple of things. Here we have an image, Mini LF with the original color signs. And then the next image will be Mini LF with the Reveal color signs. And I would like you to first take a look at this poster here. This poster here, right now, it's a little muddy. You can't really tell what's going on. With the Reveal color signs, you actually see a little more detail in that poster. The second thing I'd like you to look at is the brake lights of this motorcycle here. Now, this is something that my former boss, Franz Krauss, would torture the engineers with. Anytime they came up with a new algorithm, he said, okay, stay late tonight, go outside and shoot some brake lights of cars. Let's see if you actually see color in those brake lights. That's really, really difficult. Most cameras cannot do this. This is a Mini LF with the original color signs. By the way, not a bad camera, not a bad color signs. But what you see here, you see some clipping in these lights, and then it also on the fringes turns a little purple. That's not what we want. So with the Reveal color signs, you actually see it's a red light that gets really bright, and so you see a little orange there, and it doesn't clip. This is the kind of stuff that we get very, very excited about. The next thing I'd like to show you is, and you can't really see it very well here, but look at my laptop later on, is this reflection on the concrete. With the original color signs, it kind of gums up, but then with the Reveal color signs, you actually can see, I think we do see some gamut clipping here from the projector, but you see more subtle differences in the shade of the image. This, of course, also all translates into skin tones, gives you more accurate, prettier skin tones. The other image I have is this one here, Mini LF Arri RAW with original color signs. Take a look at this clock here. And admittedly, of course, we pumped a lot of purple light in here. We wanted to stress the system. There's no point just shooting a pretty picture. We wanted to stress the system. So here, original color signs, Alexa 35, Reveal color signs. back original color science, reveal color science. You can see the difference between the red and the white here much better with the reveal color science. Same for this person here. He's got a lot of purple light on his face, on his shirt. With reveal, you actually see its skin tone, and here's a blue shirt with purple light on it, rather than everything just being gummed up by this purple light. And that concludes my part of the proceedings. Actually, I'm going to be back, but now I'd like to hand over to Regina for color science for LED fixtures. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mark, for introducing the reveal color science. And now let's make a switch to the color science of LED-based fixtures. Could you please again turn off the light? In my part, I would like to explain you the most relevant features of our LED-based fixtures regarding color quality, which are the gamut, spectral power distribution, the capability to produce different color temperatures, and here I would especially like to concentrate on very low color temperatures, some words about dimming, quality dimming technologies, and finally color rendition, especially with the Alexa 35 camera. But now, let's start with the gamut of a LED fixture. What is the gamut of a fixture? The gamut of a LED fixture gives you the information how many different colors directly can be produced by the fixture when you are directly looking into the fixture, or when the fixture is illuminating white or neutral gray objects. It's typically shown as such a highlighted area in the CIE 9031 chromaticity diagram, which principally contains all colors the human eye can perceive, with the white and pastel colors in the centers towards the highly saturated spectral colors on the edges. And here this highlighted area shows you the example of a 6-color light engine in the Sky Panel X, which directly can be produced by the fixture. And how is it determined? That's a quite easy procedure. You simply have to measure the chromaticity coordinates of the individual base colors, which independently can be controlled by the fixture. In this case, the chromaticity coordinates of the blue, the cyan, green, lime, amber, and red LED, and then connect these chromaticity coordinates by straight lines, and then all colors which lie inside this convex polygon directly can be produced by the fixture. And this also shows you the range of different color temperatures. Here's the Plancke locus and the daylight locus, which the fixture principally could produce, and of course all the different colors which can be used for any effects. Now, if you ask how this gamuts of a fixture are related to typical RGB color spaces, that's shown on the next slide. Mark already gave you an introduction to typical RGB color spaces. Here's a Gannon slide showing the Rec 709 or sRGB, standard RGB color space. That's the highlighted one, which is a limited color space. If you compare these color spaces here to this gray dotted line, this gamut here shows you the colors of real-world object colors, which have been measured by Mr. Pointer. And then you can see that many of real-world object colors would be simply clipped by the sRGB color space, and therefore this color space wasn't regarded as sufficient for digital cinema. And then there was introduced the DCI P3 color space, here shown by the green line, which is already significantly larger. But as also this P3 color space as minimum color space for digital cinema, also this color space would clip some real-world object colors, especially here in the cyan and green area. There finally was introduced the Rec 2020 color space, here shown by the red line, as color space for ultra-high definition television and Dolby Vision. And this is really a very large color space containing all real-world surface colors. They're all within this color space. And now let's compare the gamut of some typical LED fixtures especially with this REC 2020 color space. That's shown on the next slide. On the left hand, you can see the gamut of a classic RGB white fixture as our classic Sky Panel X. This is here this highlighted gamut, and on the right hand, the significantly larger gamut of a 6-color light engine is used in the new Sky Panel X. Both fixtures could produce most of the colors of the REC 2020 color space, whereas of course a new 6-color light engine can produce more colors, especially here in the cyan range, but also what's quite important in the range of warm colors and low color temperatures. Here you have a significant improvement with 6-color light engines. Now, the gamut of a fixture is a large gamut of a fixture for sure is nice to have because it shows you all the colors which can be used for effects and the range of different color temperatures, but it doesn't tell you anything about the color quality of the fixture. Regarding color quality, we have to look at the spectral power distribution. The spectral power distribution contains the information on how the light is spectrally composed within the visible range, beginning at 380 nanometer blue up to 780 nanometer full red. And once you have measured this spectral power distribution, you can calculate the resulting chromaticity coordinates as well as the color temperature, but also the color rendition of the light, how it's capable to produce illuminated objects. Here I would like to give you an example of a 6-color light engine consisting of RGB, amber, cyan, and lime with 6 LED colors. It's possible to create super high color rendering indices, provided you have chosen the correct LEDs, or good LEDs have a good calibration and good algorithms, of course. But with exactly the same LEDs and exactly the same fixture, it's possible to create, for example, this chromaticity coordinates and white light with 5600 Kelvin by different ways. If you would use only the RGB LEDs, it's no problem at all to create a white light with 5600 Kelvin, but the resulting color rendering index would only be in the range of 30, which means a really poor color quality. And here in the spectral power distribution, you can see that only the blue, green, and red LED is used in this case. This is what you would get if you would operate a Sky Panel X in the direct mode by only controlling the RGB channels. If you want to have a better light quality, you have to add additional LEDs to fill the gaps here in the spectral power distribution. In case of a 4-channel fixture, you would add the white one, or in case of this 6-color light engine, we would add the amber, cyan, and lime LEDs. And by optimizing these 6 LEDs to maximum CRI, you can obtain great CRIs of up to 98, 99, which means a really excellent color rendering quality. On the other hand, it would be possible to optimize exactly the same LEDs to a maximum output by maintaining the color rendering index at least at 90. And this may be an interesting option if you need maximum punch out of your fixture and would be willing to sacrifice a couple of points in CRI. And this is what we are doing in our high output mode. Here the light is optimized to maximum output by maintaining a minimum CRI of 90. And as there are so many different ways to create exactly the same chromaticity coordinates with the same LEDs, we now introduced a new operational mode where we optimized the color mixture to maximum or to best color rendering quality when capturing the scene with an ARRI Alexa 35 camera. And in all cases, you can see slight differences in the spectral power distribution. Here, in this case, the CRI itself goes down by a couple of points, but the color rendition with an ARRI Alexa 35 would be optimized. Well, to sum it up, it's not the XY chromaticity coordinates and the color temperature which gives you the information on the best, on the color quality, but it's a spectral power distribution. And yeah, again, it depends from the choice of LEDs, calibration, and the algorithms and the spectral optimization. And for this, each ARRI fixture has an own individual spectral calibration. And the white light is either optimized to maximum CRI, that's what you get if you choose the operational mode high CRI, or to maximum output with a CRI minimum of 90 if you choose the operational mode high output, or on silent fan mode with a minimum CRI of 94 if you use a standard mode, or new with the Sky Panel X, optimized to the color rendition with ARRI Alexa cameras. And now some words to color temperatures, especially to ultra-low color temperatures. If you want to light a scene with candles or flames, candles and flames have a very warm, very low color temperature, then you need a light which is not only capable to produce the same colors, the same chromaticity coordinates of the candle and of the flames, but also has the same good color rendering quality. The color rendering of a candle, we measured one in our lighting lab some years ago, has a color rendering index of close to 100 and then correlated color temperature in this case of 1900 Kelvin. Here are the chromaticity coordinates of candles and flames. They are located here in this area. But you may have made the experience that some fixtures, especially when using classic RGB white LEDs, even if they are capable to produce these ultra-low color temperatures, don't have an excellent color rendering quality in this case. But the new Sky Panel X can handle these ultra-low color temperatures very well. And this is shown on the next slide. On the left hand, there's a zoom into the chromaticity chart, especially with the low color temperatures. And classic Sky Panel X, here with the Scammut, and the new 6-channel Sky Panel X, both fixtures can produce the color of candles and flames, which are located here in this range. But the high CRI range of a 4-channel fixture and our classic Sky Panel is starting at 2800 Kelvin here and above. But it can produce this color if you use the XY chromaticity mode, DMX mode, or if you use extended color control, you could create this color temperature, but the high CRI mode is optimized for higher color temperatures. The Sky Panel X, whereas, is starting with its high CRI range already at 1500 Kelvin up to 20,000 Kelvin. And here you can see the color rendering indices, which are really great at 2800 Kelvin with a CRI of 98, even 97 at 2000 Kelvin and 95 at 1500 Kelvin. And so we think this fixture is a great tool to create especially these ultra-low color temperatures. So what alternatives would you have for creating these ultra-low color temperatures with conventional fixtures? Of course, you could use a tungsten incandescent lamp and dim it down. And as everybody knows, by dimming down a tungsten incandescent lamp, the light gets warmer, the color temperature is going down, but also the light output goes down. And this chart shows the relationship between color temperature and brightness when dimming down a classic tungsten incandescent lamp. And if we dim it down to achieve a color temperature below 2000 Kelvin, there's nearly nothing left. So you have an extremely low light output at these color temperatures, and so that's probably not a very practical method, and the reason why you probably would use a combination of a tungsten incandescent lamp with a color filter. And here, if you would use a tungsten incandescent lamp with a 1.5 CTO, you would get this spectral power distribution. You could create exactly the desired color temperature, 1900 Kelvin, with a CRI of 92, still in a very good range. But here you have a fixture, a light source, which already has a poor luminous efficacy. And then you're losing another 50% due to the transmission of the color filter, which is resulting in a low efficacy of the resulting system. And if you're then not happy with the resulting color, you would have to exchange the color filter, which means an additional expense and time. And with the Sky Panel X, whereas you have a completely independent control of color temperature and brightness. Then some words to dimming and dimming quality. Most LED fixtures come with different dimming curves, which describes the relationship between the input dimming level and the resulting relative light output. And typical dimming curves are the linear dimming curves, the S dimming curve, the log dimming curve, and here is the exponential dimming curve. Our default dimming function is the exponential dimming curve because this dimming curve mimics the eye's logarithmic sensitivity curve, which means that for a perceived 50% brightness, the light output is only 18%, and for a perceived 1% brightness, the measured light output is only 0.05%. That's the sensitivity curve of the human eye. And this figure here shows you that an excellent low dimming behavior of a light fixture requires extremely low light level. And that's really a challenge for us fixture manufacturers, because the challenges are avoid flicker, avoid color shifts, and enable a true dimming down to zero. This slide here shows you some typical dimming technologies, or the main dimming technologies. The first dimming technology is a pulse width dimming. At pulse width modulation dimming, the light, the LEDs, are always on at the same current level, but they're switched on and off with a high frequency. And the on-off ratio directly determines the perceived brightness. 90% on, 10% off means 10% brightness. And this can be done with a low frequency or with a high frequency. And if the frequency is high enough, there is no flicker risk at all, neither for the eye nor for the cameras. The second main dimming technology is current dimming. And here the LEDs are always on at a certain current level, and the current level is modified and directly determines the perceived brightness. And with this current dimming, where the current is reduced but the LEDs are always on, there is no flicker risk at all. If you now see these different dimming technologies, you may ask, oh, where isn't there always use the current dimming, because we don't have any flicker risk at all? And the answer is given in the next slide, which compares the different dimming technologies. Using a pure current dimming, as already told, means it's absolutely flicker-free at all frame rates. And therefore, this dimming technology is used in our high-speed mode. This dimming technology, or dimming mode, is dimmable, but the low dimming behavior is somewhat limited, because when you are introducing the current, you achieve a point where the electronics is running into limitations, and also the LEDs sometimes make some strange things when operating them at very low currents. Also, the spectral constancy is not as good as when using pulse width modulation, because when reducing or changing the current, that's physics, you cannot avoid it, that the dominant wavelengths, especially of the cyan and of the green LEDs, are shifting with the current. Of course, we are compensating the resulting color of the color mixture, but this behavior of the LEDs might cause slight metameric effects. But if you need an absolutely flicker-free light, then this high-speed mode is your choice. But due to these limitations, we are usually using a pulse width modulation. And as the LEDs in our fixtures are operated with a very high operation frequency of about 30 kilohertz, this is also flicker-free if you use frame rates up to 200 FPS and typical shutter angles above 170 degrees. This is also dimmable, but also here the very low dimming range is limited, because also here we are running into limitations by the electronics. When operating the fixture with 30 kilohertz, you have very short pulses, you can imagine this. And when dimming down the fixture, these pulses have to become shorter and shorter and shorter, and there is a point where the electronics is running into limitations. Spectral constancy is very fine, and that's our normal dimming method in the classic sky panel and also in the L series. But now our electronic colleagues developed a combination of pulse width modulation and current dimming as our new normal dimming technology, available in the Sky Panel X and also already in the Orbiter. In principle, this new normal mode is the same pulse width modulation as our former normal mode, but at this point, at very low light levels, when we were running into limitations, we are now continuing and dimming the LEDs with a current dimming, which is resulting in a very good low-end dimming behavior. If you have the chance, please have a look at the Sky Panel X in our booth. And now, finally, color rendition. The general principle of color rendition is that you compare a defined set of test colors which are illuminated by a reference light source, which typically is a natural daylight or a Planckian spectral power distribution, which has the same correlated color temperature and the same brightness as your fixture you want to compare. And you are illuminating the test colors with your reference light source and define the colors as perfect as they are under the reference light source. Then you take this set of test colors and illuminate it by your fixture to be evaluated, and you compare color patch for color patch if there are any differences in brightness, hue, or chroma. And this comparison can either be done with the eye or with a camera. Ideally, of course, there are no color shifts at all for all test colors, and in this case, the resulting color rendering index would be, by definition, 100. And the bigger the color differences of the individual colors, the lower the resulting color rendering index. This color rendering index is no percentage, it's just a figure. It could be also negative. Especially if you take the color rendering index. And there are a lot of different color rendering indices. And the most important are shown here on the slide. It's also my last slide before I hand over to Mark. The most commonly used color rendering index is a CRI, color rendering index, defined by the CIE. And it's calculating a pure color fidelity when illuminating a set of 8 pastel colors and comparing the color differences with the human eye. Now there exists in the meantime a much more common and much more advanced color rendering index, which is the RF according to TM3020. It uses better colorimetric algorithms and a larger test of 99 test colors, including human complexion and also highly saturated colors. Also calculating the fidelity when looking at this illuminated set with a human eye. You also may have heard about the CQS, that's the color quality scale developed by the NIST, but not yet standardized, calculating the fidelity and a kind of preference index when looking at a set of 15 test colors, also when looking at test colors with the human eye. Of course, we here are more interested in the color fidelity when evaluating the color rendition with a camera instead only with a human eye. But up to now, there only exists one color rendering index for cameras. That's the television lighting consistency index, or the television lighting matching function developed by the IBU. And this is fidelity index taking into account the spectral sensitivity of a typical broadcast camera and evaluating it for the 21 test colors of the Macbeth color checker. Unfortunately, the spectral sensitivity of a typical broadcast camera differs from the spectral sensitivity of a typical cine-style camera. But up to now, there doesn't exist an official index to calculate it. We at ARRI Internal are using our ARRI Internal, ARRI Alexa 35, or also ARRI Alexa LF index, and can calculate a fidelity index, taking into account the spectral sensitivity of the ARRI cameras and the complete ARRI reveal color science for a very large set of 190 test colors. And there also exists a spectral similarity index developed by the AMPAS. This index is nice and fidelity non-preference index. It doesn't use a camera non-eye model and no defined test color set. It's describing the deviation of the spectral power distribution of your test light source compared to a reference light source, and is therefore more kind of a confidence factor. But now let's concentrate on the color rendition with our Alexa cameras, and Mark will show you the results of some pictures we made with our Sky Panel X.
Thank you. Aren't you glad we do this kind of stuff and you don't have to do that? So, as I mentioned before, we love to shoot tests. And when my colleagues from lighting approached me and they said, hey, we can do this Alexa color mode in the light, I said, well, okay, how does it work? And can you actually see a difference? And what is it good for? And so I'm here to answer these questions. So here are the different modes you can set the Sky Panel X to. And in order to determine if you can actually see a difference, we, of course, set up a test, because we love to shoot tests. And we did two tests, one with daylight and one with tungsten. The daylight tests, we used an HMI light with a camera box in front, and we measured the light that came out of it. And it turned out to be, we set the light to 5600 Kelvin, and it turned out to be 5560, so very, very close to what we thought should come out of there. And then we shot a scene with a Sky Panel X in the high CRI mode, and then also in the ARRI Alexa mode. And we adjusted the Sky Panel X to match the color temperature of this HMI light. And the Alexa was just set to 5600 degree Kelvin, the default color balance. And here now I have the test image. You can tell we love our Milka chocolate at the ARRI lab. And so here we have the HMI. And here in comparison is the Sky Panel X in high CRI mode. Going back, HMI, high CRI, HMI, high CRI. You can see the differences. I mean, you can certainly see that here we have different saturation of the color and a slightly different hue. Going back to HMI, high CRI. And then I'm switching to the Alexa mode of the light. HMI, Alexa mode, HMI, Alexa mode. And aside from the fact that the light is at a slightly different angle, they're actually looking a lot closer. We're going back just for fun. So here's HMI versus high CRI mode. And then here's the ARRI Alexa mode, and again the HMI. So the ARRI Alexa mode is much closer to the HMI than the high CRI mode. And here you can also see that on the bottom is the HMI of some really tricky, difficult colors. You probably know this. These are very, very tricky, different colors. And then on the left, you see the Sky Panel X in the high CRI mode, and in contrast to the ARRI Alexa mode, which is much closer to the HMI. Same with this color patch here, and then this lovely lavender. Same thing. So these are much closer to each other than these two. And then we said, okay, let's try this also for tungsten, different animal. Tungsten behaves very differently from HMI, from daylight. And we used the tungsten light, the T2, and we set it to 3100 and 2400 Kelvin, and then we measured it, and it actually turned out to be 3100 and 2400 Kelvin. And then we did exactly the same thing. And there we found something very interesting. Here's the tungsten at 3100 Kelvin, and the camera was set to 4300, so we actually would see a slightly warmer image. And then I'm comparing this with the SkyPanel X in high CRI, going back to the tungsten, back to SkyPanel X, and quite frankly, I don't see a very big difference. And then we said, okay, let's look at the Alexa mode of the SkyPanel X. Alexa mode, tungsten, Alexa mode, tungsten, not a big difference. Okay, let's go even lower in color temperature, 2400 K. Here's tungsten in comparison to SkyPanel X high CRI, back to tungsten, back to high CRI, and then going to Alexa mode, and for comparison again, tungsten, Alexa mode, high CRI, Alexa mode, and tungsten. Not a very big difference. We then shot different people with different skin tones, because that does make a difference. And I'm not going to go through all these, but they all look very much the same. Same with this gentleman here. And the same with this lady. And what we found is in conclusion that the SkyPanel X in the Alexa 35 mode is closer for daylight to an HMI light source, to the reference light source. But in tungsten, the Alexa 35 mode and the high CRI mode are very close. And then, of course, the question is, well, thank you, engineers, for giving us this, but what does it really mean? What can I shoot with this? What's the practical application? And that really is, of course, for you to figure out. Personally, I think if you have, let's say you have a studio shot, a product shot, and you're using exclusively SkyPanel X's, then you would have an advantage of using the Alexa mode in the SkyPanel X. Of course, you have to have an Alexa 35, which also, the Alexa 35 mode also works really well for all the other Arri Alexa cameras and the Amira camera. So only using SkyPanel X's and Alexa 35, I'd highly recommend going to the Alexa 35 mode, because you will get higher color fidelity. If you have mixed lighting or if you're shooting tungsten, it doesn't really make that big of a difference, and there you could use the high CRI mode. That was the result of all the tests. And I think that concludes the official presentation, and if we can bring the highlights back up, and thank you. And now we will take questions. Anybody have any questions? Yes.
Hello. Argyris Theos, GSC from Greece. Some people who know me will say that I'm obsessed with the next question.
No, a cinematographer obsessed with something?
Well, yes, I'm obsessed for many things, but, you know, metamerism is one of them. So let's talk about metamerism a bit. And since you are using 6 colors to create any color, you can adjust the 6 pixels to create on different levels approximately the same color and get to the same result on various calculations. This is what you are doing when you're doing high CRI, Alexa, etc., etc., etc. Now, I know, because I also do stage lighting, that stage lighting manufacturer, ETC, uses this thing to promote different reactions of the lights. So you can have metameric results of a specific color tint on the face and make the clothing look different on option A, option B, or option C. This is not what we want to in film. It's exactly the opposite. In theater, they may want it, but in film, we don't. We want everything to be constant from start to the end. So how is this being dealt? Because it gets me a bit worried, or not worried, getting curious. Curious is the better word. Since we also have to deal with dimming, and we practically sometimes need to change something. I mean, now I need more punch. Or immediately I had thought to go PW, how do you call it? But the director wants high frame rate. So I need to change. Does this affect? Certainly it does affect, but does it affect to a visible level the result?
For sure, there will be a slight difference between you choosing the high CRI mode and the high output mode. As I already explained, high CRI in our Skype LX, here you have a CRI of 98, 99, 98 in this range. And in the high output mode, it may go down to slightly above 90, and this will result in slight color differences, but if you are looking very close to the colors, yes, there will be a difference. And if you want to be sure that you get out the best color fidelity, then we really recommend to use the high CRI mode in mixed light combinations, or if you don't have an ARRI camera. And if you have a set consisting of an Skype LX and with an ARRI Alexa camera, then we recommend the Alexa mode, because these two modes give you the best color fidelity. We do not try to optimize our fixtures to maximum gamut or to any effects, but we try to optimize the light really to best color fidelity.
And that avoids the metamerism.
Yes, except if you are using the high output mode, and if you are worrying about metamerism, you shouldn't choose the high output mode.
But
We should not choose-
stage light, what CRI does a typical stage light have for a rock and roll concert?
95 or 98.
Oh, really? They're also that high?
ATC models, yes, they're very expensive and very high-tech.
Okay.
But suppose production brings and forces me to use a second or third or fourth camera that's not an ARRI.
Yes.
How things go there?
Then you would use the high CRI mode.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is what I'm saying. If you're only using Skype Panel X on a product shot, only with an ARRI camera, then use this Alexa mode. Anything else, the high CRI mode is your best friend.
Thank you so much.
Yes, because also other fixtures probably are optimized to maximum CRI, and then the fixtures probably will match better.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Everybody's happy. Yes, there's a question there.
So I work with an ARRI Mini, old school. So now I understand if I use the ARRI Mini in RAW, I can get like a better result as if I have a ARRI 35.
No, the same. You
Yeah.
get the same color quality.
So I can upgrade my camera in that way if I start shooting RAW, if I want to go in the same color.
Yes. You upgrade your image. The camera stays the same, but
Yeah,
the
I
ARRI
know.
RAW
Yeah,
from
yeah,
the
but
Mini...
my output,
you
my
can
final
then-
result.
Exactly.
So-
The only thing you have to do is when you go to post, you have to say, please process this through reveal color science. And then in their tools, Resolve, Baselight, what have you, they have a menu where they can choose which one it is. And they may be lazy, they may not know this, they may not choose to do this, so you have to tell them, please process this ARRI RAW with reveal color science, and then you automatically get better images.
Okay, so that sounds simple. It sounds like good news to me.
It is. Well, thank
As
you.
I
Thank
was
you.
almost having to part from my ARRI, which I like so much.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Of course, our goal is to replace all the Minis with Alexa 35s, but no. This, I'm sorry? Well, what happens traditionally is whenever we come out with a new camera, people want to have the new camera, and the rentals then start selling off the old cameras. The strange thing when we introduced the Alexa 35, when I went to the rentals and I talked to them, is they said, no, we think we're going to keep our Minis and our Alexa Classics, and then we're just going to sell, rent them for less money. So I think the market is really growing, but not right now, but at the time we introduced the Alexa 35, the market was growing. And it's interesting, and the used prices for ARRI cameras, including the Mini, stay really, really high, which always makes me very happy. On the one hand, when you talk to an ARRI salesperson, they're hard asses. They really like you, you might get 1% discount. If you buy 5 cameras, you might get 2% discount. Really, really tough. But that also means that the rentals can keep the rental prices constant, and it also means that the used camera prices stay high. Whereas other camera manufacturers that shall remain unnamed, the price of their camera will deteriorate over time, which makes it really hard to keep the rental prices constant, and then also the used camera prices go down. You know, the business model of a rental is to buy a camera, rent it out for 5 years, and then sell it for as much money as possible, and then buy the next camera. If the used camera price deteriorates, they can't do this. And I think this is one of the things we do that's very different from all the other companies. We look very carefully at who our customers are and how they make money. My old boss, when I used to work in the United States, Volker Bahnemann, used to tell me, it's my job to make sure you can make money. Well, the rentals, or if you want to buy a camera, that's my job. And that, you know, in our business, we have much slower cycles. Every 5 to 6 years, a new camera. We don't want to have a new camera every half year, because then our customers can't make any money and the whole thing doesn't work.
It's nice to know that my 2B has still value.
Oh, it's beautiful. Those are beautiful cameras, yes. Yes?
So how are you dealing with the spikes in the blue with this new SkyPanel X?
It's nearly the same spike as in all other LED-based fixtures. All have a spike in the blue, which cannot be avoided. Currently, we are adding a cyan LED, which fills the gap between the blue and the green LED. That's not the case in the classic SkyPanel X, and probably also the reason why the color rendering, as well as for the human eye, as well as for the camera, is improved with a 6-color light engine. So using a 6-color light engine with a cyan LED minimizes the gap between blue and green. But you need the blue LED if you want to have a large gamut.
Okay, so the next step is even more different colors in the LEDs, more than 6, right?
Well, it gets expensive.
Yeah,
At some point, you get diminishing returns. It costs you a lot more to make these and calibrate them, but you don't get that much better of a light. So you have to very carefully think about, you know, how much do you put in.
So the future is still hidden because of the competition, or you can tell us
Well,
something?
we can't talk about it. Clearly.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much for coming then. And we'll be here. We'll also be at the BSC Expo. We'll have the cameras there. Please come by and take a look at all the gear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Regina. And we'll be starting the... Take a short break now, 15 minutes. Yeah, let's have a 15-minute break before the next presentation. Thank you. Before we start, it's important for those of you who've not yet registered for Expo this afternoon. I think there are still a few who haven't. If you scan the QR code on the screen, that'll link you straight up to the registration page, which you'll need to do in order to get into Battersea. And I'm very honoured to announce our next presentation, which is Nanlux Lighting. And we have Risa, Andy, Rodney, and Pat to tell us about their products. So I'll just give everyone a second to take a seat, and then we'll get going. Thank you and welcome. Oh, I have one other small request. Afterwards, if you'd like to ask questions, I've been asked, would you mind standing when you ask a question so we could get a nice photograph of you? Thank you.
Thank you for coming. This is me just rambling on about the history of being in this business since I was at the film school at the Royal College in '68. So it's fun to be back in London. It's changed. And right away, I want to talk about this light because I was drafted into going to the factory, very lovely present, and was hugely impressed by 1,000-strong workers building in a 15-story block that they built just last year to add on to what is multiple acres of high-tech. And they have the very latest, as we all know, as he pulled my iPhone out of my pocket, the Chinese are making it for us. So that's what the state of things is. This lamp is a game changer because it basically does away with a 4K ARRI, HMI, and draws only around 20 watts in America, but I don't know what it draws here on 240. 11 amps. 11 amps. So these can run out of a household. You no longer need a Jenny, and you're going to get exactly the same firepower that we used to lay 4 out for, especially if you're running multiple heads. I will get to that eventually, but basically, let me try my clicker. And so this was in Shanghai, right? Yeah, we had a big film school there with 2,000 students and all the amenities, and it was wonderful that Nanlux seeded a lot of their tech and have given them a whole fleet of lamps. So this is the Evoke 2400B, and Andy, it's his baby, so you should say something.
Okay. All right.
I'll stand beside you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. This is Sandy from Nanlux. Just giving you guys a brief introduction. That would be great. Thank you. I'm just giving you guys a brief introduction about the 2400B. So this is basically, as you see, LED lights here, but it's IP rated, so you can use it in a dusty environment or a rainy environment that without any problems, even with the funnels on it, that you can still use a motorized function during raining. And the input of the 2400 stands for 2400 watt input, which makes the spark easier to calculating the load of the circuit. And you have the output that is comparable to 4K HMI or 10K tungsten. And then afterwards, you have a bicolor function, which means you have a selections from 2700 to 6500, covering tungsten and daylight. And then you also have a full stop of plus and minus green corrections on the light that I can probably just show you here. So this is a full stop of minus green. And then as I press it, it's come back to neutral. And if I scroll it, it comes to greenish. So as you can,
should we turn off the lights? Turn off the lights.
I think you can definitely see that. Like it's greenish, and then reddish, magenta. So that gives you like the ability to punch through the glass if it is like a tint of magenta. Then you can just add up that. So just make the light through the glass and then still neutral. And then afterwards was like the most industry standard Lumen radio and then a lot of accessories as well. And the lamp is really quiet, and then you can just don't worry about it. That's all.
Okay, so there's a whole host of other lamps that they're making, and I put together a little list this morning of what I feel are game changers. Getting rid of green beds and stages. I think I last did that 15 years ago. I had green. HMIs were a big change. Fluorescent tubes is tailored by Hockheim, dear Frida. Portable wireless control, downsizing your kit for higher ISOs, and getting rid of 4-rod, getting rid of generators. All of these things we're doing now, and they were on the horizon. Dimmable to 1%. I'll show you an evidence of why that matters. Bi-tubes with batteries, color tubes with batteries, cobs with Fresnels. Here you're looking at one, and cobs replacing HMIs, which this is about to do. They have, well, I'll show you. So there's a whole bunch. This is basically more powerful than a 360 ARRI. And I would use that. The 900C is an ACL, RGB ACL lamp, so it has perfect color. And people are using them all over the planet now. Evoke 1200, very, very similar to this, just half the size. And you know, some folks happily using it on shoots in America. Lumen radio tubes, batteries in them. Babies, spots, with a collection of small, very useful and powerful projectors for shaping light. Again, this is a full color head, RGB WW, but a bunch of practicals, you always need those. So basically, from them, this is a new light. This is a lightweight panel, which we have here somewhere. I don't know if we brought it out, but if you ask, we'll show you. It's very light. It comes with a kit of magnets. You can tape it to the wall with a little steel plate, and it's going to make a big difference for shooting on location, because basically nobody wants you to mess up their walls anymore, but you can comfortably go into anybody's house at any level and tape your light up, have it there for a week, and peel the tape off, and nothing changed. You know, their house still looks pristine. So 72 is the biggest kit that they put together for this, the 2400. It's 182,000 watts. It beats the old windy light by spades. And there are people in China now using this. Was an underwater shot that needed an F11, and so they punched a bunch in. And this is working during the day outside. A period picture in Shanghai. Again, pretty big rigs, easy to handle. They're all on radio. These are the big Nanlux dynos that are in that kit, and there you can see it up there. And interesting, you can see what's happening on these folk here. It's not in direct sun, but that's coming from that light up there, and it's seriously punchy. I was happy to go on this set before I left Shanghai and watched them shoot this period picture. They're doing night interior. They're flagging off the sun. And it was early days, but they already had about 12 2400s that had been made, and they took possession of them very happily. And there's a bunch of little guys. And these guys with the little baby 60 with the reflector on it, the projector lamp, he had about 8 or 9 or 10 of those that he was using all over this old power station in blackout mode. Anyhow, when I was a runner at college, I went on this IMAX film. It's the very first IMAX film called Tiger Child. Unfortunately, you can't see it anymore. We had the big camera, and we kept destroying across the park there. We would blow this thing up every day because the two claws were not quite in sync, and the designer was with us. And we managed to get, I think, 3 shots in the whole time they were in England. But the DP was this wonderful man from the National Film Board, Georges Defoe. And I followed him around. We went to Stonehenge. Can't do that anymore. It was really magical. He's shooting 70mm vertical mode. So they had the full frame, 3 vertical 70s, and then 9 full frame 35s, 4x3. And it was a short 17-minute picture. But what was fascinating for me was that he was lighting interiors in London with 500-watt photobulbs. And the difficulty was, back in the old days, you could never get on anybody's set. It was just forbidden. But fortunately, I was a runner, so I was hanging out. And he had little Lau clip-ons. I don't know whether anyone remembers these things. And you could put spun and so on them, and you could modify these bulbs beautifully. And so that was it, 500 watts. And he was shooting this IMAX film with it. The other thing that I did was we got a union card. I got a union card, and my friend got a mixer card. And I did commercials with Tony and Ridley when I left, and also did this movie with James Ivory, which was an amazing experience. Walter Lassley shot it in 16mm, and I remember distinctly this scene at the Savoy in the suite, and he had about 12 1Ks all lined up, mole, and all on full spot, and he was lighting everything with tungsten, and it was quite different from what we were already beginning to do soft light. Bailey was his domain, and we all felt that was the future. And frankly, now I'm bored of soft light, but that's another story. So they were all on the pin, these old guys, legacy. And I think Mole Richardson's teetering now because they haven't embraced the future as well as they should have, you know. They sold all their property downtown in Hollywood, and then they went out to the suburbs, and then they downsized again. And they never really fully understood LEDs. Now, how long have you guys been making LEDs now?
Around 20 years.
20 years. And they're making all their own. They have fab machines, robots making all their cobs. They just buy the raw chips, right? And then you manufacture everything from that. So in the old days, that's what a studio looked like. But has anyone been in a studio that looks like this anymore? It's so crazy how it's changed, huh? All of this chain and green beds, gone. Completely gone. And there used to be 10Ks up there and 20Ks, right? It was crazy. So I became a documentarian, and I went around the world with my kit of toters. I had these and the Omnis, and they were a wonderful company and still are. And then suddenly, a friend in Toronto, Marco, and the cinematographer said, I got this hockey movie, Rodney. I want you to come and shoot 35. I'm like, oh, because I had an Arri SR at the time. He said, it's just heavier. No, you'll be fine. So he had me on the ice for 3 weeks, shooting at 90 frames a second, following the puck on a 300mm. And it was torture, because I'd go to dailies, and it would start to go out of focus, and it would go further out of focus, and about a minute later, we might get something sharp, and then the puck was gone, right? And the skates was by. Anyhow, we ended up getting a lot of shots in the movie. The early days was fun. And we had Keanu Reeves as the goalie. Fun time. So I then got onto this show, and it was standard fare, but it ran for 3 or 4 years, and it's still on FX, I think, was running it, or nothing to look at image-wise. It was all 35 film. Anyhow, bunch of shows in the States, and I wound up doing this strange picture, a period picture, and I came to London to get a gaffer, and Biggles was available. And we talked, and I ended up doing 6 months with Biggles. Well, that was an education, I tell you, because I had never really been on drama sets. I was never an assistant or an operator. So it was kind of like being thrown in the deep end. And Biggles showed up with these. And we had a scene in a swamp with 300 horsemen, at night, and giant funeral pyres, and they were wading up to their knees and doing sword fighting. And he said, oh, I can do this. And so he wired these in parallel. So there were 12 circuits, and he put fire starters in some of them and narrow beams and then some wide and gelled them up with different colors of red and orange. And we threw a couple of 100 yards across the swamp at night. And we managed, there were no condors in Bratislava, but we were driving to work up the hill, this big Russian stage. We saw somebody fixing power lines on a battered up old lift that might have gone 30 feet. We said we have to get those. So we made a deal, and sure enough, we did. And the other thing he bought were these. It was a 4-person lift to get these on a stand. And we had the big long John cranks. But this was a beautiful light, and Biggles, so help me, he's a beautiful light guy. And we had these. So it was wonderful to have an education for him. Well, these are pretty lousy. I don't know where I got them from, but you get the idea. So the funeral pyre is burning, and we're tickling the water and throwing these giant beams of fire beams across. And interestingly enough, who saw 1917? The night scene and the building's on fire. It's exactly the same rig. And Biggles, I think, put 50 of these Super Dinos up, and Dinos all on the same kind of circuit and pulsing through his Grand MA board. Then we went to sea, which was a fun way to work. We had a 300-ton barge in this thing, and we went out to sea. The only problem was you could never get the wind in the sails, not see land, and the sun in the right position. You only had 2 of those. And some days maybe we got lucky, and so that was it. And then all of a sudden I'm dragged onto this show, quite by default, an Aussie director. And, I passed muster. I said, I want to shoot digital. And he looked at me and said, over my dead body. So that was the end of that discussion. So it was 2001. So we went on. It was also my first time with LEDs, as it happened. Anyhow, a little bit of a taste of apparatus.
Don't want to hurt you, just put the gun down.
So 300 extras who would just lie down on the pavement while we reset. It was wonderful. They were so enthusiastic. They were bloodied themselves, diving to the ground. They had bruises. It was crazy. You'd never get away with it in what's happened to the business now, but it was fun. In Cape Town. And we shot there for a couple of months. Panaflex, XLs, mostly on the zooms. Very short zoom, handheld, and B camera was always on this or the 420, the 150 to 420 at 2.8, which was this monster piece of glass. But I could get a close-up of you over by the wall from here. And we had 30 feet of track on B camera. We were always moving. And the A camera's handheld, wonderful guy who injured his back so badly in the end that he had to give it up. That's Guy. He's the A-cam op, and bless him, he was the heart and soul of our camera team. He would move with Kiefer, and we invented a bunch of things, which was fun. We also built some crazy rigs. This was when we blew up an oil rig. We built it in a wave tank down in. We did the poor man's. We sort of invented this with 2 16-foot back projector screens and these 2 Ikes. If we pushed to 1,000 ISO, it was 5219, I suppose, we could get an exposure. But we tried to stay very tight always on the long lenses, never let you see that much of what was going on. And it's exactly what people do now with small walls. Car work is identical. The lighting is the same. A whole host of little heads flickering and panning and flagging and, you know, dragging stuff in front of them to make the movement possible. My gaffer, David Sinange, responsible for all this madness, he showed up with one of our sessions with an ellipsoid that had a 35mm slide in it of a street light. And he rigged a mechanism that would sweep across the windscreen of the car as they were driving, fake, of course, on the stage. And you'd see the street light, and it was a total sell. It was great. So he invented these things called bat wings, which I think will come back because we're now using Kino flow housings to put Asteras in, to put Pavos tubes in, and they behave the same way. They just allow you to cut side light if you're up against the wall and you have a 4-foot or an 8-foot Kino flow rig or a tube rig. You just punch these bat wings in and they snap in on the tubes, and all the rest is history. Terrible quality, sorry, but at least you get the idea. Then the other thing my grip did was he invented the airbag, which he called the Cloud. And we still have them, and they're so useful. It's really fun to have that history of what went on our sets. But the most important thing and most successful to my mind was this guy. And everybody has to have a butt dolly. Half the assistants in LA are on butt dollies, as are their operators. And the guy, my ACAM, could go backwards with Kiefer running full at him on a wide lens, a 28-70. We had the short zoom. And he would be high. He'd be about this high, and he's kicking himself back, and Kiefer's running right at him. So we had no Steadicam ever, and we gave up cranes after the first couple of years because they never kept the shot. They just wanted to cut every 4 frames, 4 seconds, so that was the end of that. And then also we got the 5D, and we went up against the cinema camera and the film, and we went, holy shit, this is a game changer. But it was 30 frames a second, so we had to wait another year. And then we'd use it occasionally, but mostly what we did was, when we made our plates, we used to do them with DV cams. And so we went over to the 5D as our digital equivalent. And of course, that's what everybody does. My friend Sam Nicholson was doing our VFX. He uses the A1s. He shoots at 32,000 ISO for night work because he can go to an 8 or an 11 in most streets. And he gets these pristine, vast files. Shameless came calling. Again, I was just lucky to be there. The most amazing show to have ever worked on by far. We all thought we were going to be arrested every day. It was so extraordinary. You guys, of course, know the Northern English version. We had the same writer, and the pilot was the verbatim of the English pilot, except it was transposed to Chicago. So we had a street in Chicago that we were forbidden to walk from these 4 house locations that we had in this dangerous part of Chicago. We had to get in a white van and be driven. And there were cops around and plainclothes cops all the time because they were terrified of us getting into trouble. So I inherited the sets on the Warner Brothers lot, and they had 10 of these 20Ks. Each window had a 20K coming through it. And we did the first year on the Red 1. I'm sure it was given to us, but we ended up having so much downtime, we said, you know, we're not going to do this anymore. And so we went in on a Saturday, and we got rid of these, because they said the Alexa's too expensive. And I said, well, I think we can figure this out. So we got rid of them, and we ended up with 1K pars. We just crossed them. We got so much more light into the set because of the chipset, Ari's pride and joy at that time.
What?
Open the fucking register, let's go!
Baby, I thought you said they were getting beer.
Euphemism.
Come on, old man! Let's go! Pick it up! Let's go!
Jesus!
Where the hell are you going?
We gotta get out of here!
Get back in the car!
We gotta get out of the fucking way!
You're gonna fuck me and walk away? Fuck you!
anyhow, you get the picture. Warner Backlot was Chicago. They had an elevator there. And nothing special here. What was wonderful about this is we lived with one-by-ones. The Astras, I suppose, were they? I'm forgetting now. Little one-by-one. But we used honeycomb grids on them, not the soft floppy ones, but the hard honeycombs that you could get, plastic extrusions. And that enabled us to punch light exactly wherever we wanted. You can see a mic stuck up there in the kitchen. So each of those windows down this side would have had 20Ks in the old days, but now they just had PARs. It was a handheld show entirely using the Angenos, the short zooms, 15 to 40, 28 to, I forget. But then we asked, and they made us 45 to 120. And we needed that just for that little extra punch on B. And we kept it for 9 months. We wouldn't give it back. You have to be able to do that. But, you know, the radar and everything. So that's one of those PARs. I remember this was on the 3rd floor of a hospital, so I don't know what was coming through. Wonderful to see him in the bear. Anyone see the bear? That was our house, and so we had that long room was replicated at Warner Brothers. And again, that I think I went to 1600 ISO on this because, you know, we were 2.8, and we needed to get help, and Macy. And then this thing came along, and this was another crazy one. But this time, my gaffer, Andy, said, "You're not using LEDs." Now, the Ari's sky panels were out, and he said, no, you're not using them. Their color's terrible. I hope they've all left. I know them well, but he said, no, we're going to use these reefers from Lowell. So tungsten bulbs, and I'm really grateful. By the time we got to the 80-foot screen of Warner Brothers and we're doing the final color, I was just happy as a pig because they had the Leighton Morgan all the time because he's in the same frame with his nib. So he said, no, we usually refill the kids. So diner, very famous diner in LA, everybody shot there. And this looks available light, but in fact, you know, we had a rig. And there were 18Ks. And there's no question when you need to go big, you need to go big. But what's exciting about this is that this is not an expensive light anymore. How much is this in pounds, Andy?
4,500 pounds.
4,500. There you go. It's not a huge amount of money for what this does. This can go down to nothing. And he just wind it up for me. Just take it up all the way.
Yeah.
Can we just wind it up? Are we going to? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, just to see. Yeah.
That's 100, and that's 0.
Crazy, huh? And if you're shooting now, I'm shooting everything at 3200 ISO because I can. I don't need anything bigger than this. This is the biggest I need. And if I need more power, I get 2 or 3 of them. Everybody's renting them. Do you have any in stock right now? They're all out, right? They're all out. Anyhow, that's the push and shove. This was hard light, real sunlight. We just timed this because I knew if the sun came out, it would be magical. Found light, right? It's the best kind of, because my background was docos. And what a lovely thing to share his last kind of performances, you know. The 3 of them were absolutely impeccable. We shot these simultaneously in 3 different rooms with 3 cameras and 3 beds. Zach wanted it to be real. Anyhow, this was a joy and a pleasure. And Margaret came up to me at the read-through and said, "You're going to take care of me, aren't you?" And I'm like shivering in my boots. But she was very happy with it in the end. And sadly, we've lost one of the trio. But lots of fun. And yes, we had 12 18Ks outside the door there. And as you'll see here, in the bank, the central bank where we shot most of the heists, we had 2 air balloons, 8K each. And outside, we had 10 Arimaxes on full spot. Crazy. There are bigger sets than this now. It is insane. When we have such speedy chips, it's really crazy to think that people want to go there. But we did have toys. This was a cable cam shot. And right down there in the top left, we crashed my little Mini, sadly. There was a malfunction on the controller, on the cable cam, and it slammed into the down post. We had a small man left down there tethered to it, and it shattered. My camera survived. Credit to Ari. It's amazing. And then, of course, we shot all our own plates, GH5s in those days. And the compositing was impeccable, but this was a live shot. And then we went to the interiors, so it was a bit of a challenge to match, but loads of fun. You know, it was a driving shot. We had all the right toys to track. And then there was this show. Now, this was a game changer again, because I came late to the party, and they had already bought 1,000 tubes from China. They were not bi-tubes, so we had half and half. And we laced them up into the ceiling for the ship's bridge. This is an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, and 25 feet above the studio floor, we built this bridge. And it was a replica of the actual bridge, because we would go on these ships every month or two and shoot on the actual ship, so you could walk through. So here you are, and they're just laced together with beadboard and zip ties. And we had them alternately, you know, blue and gold, so that we could change the tone by just switching different channels. And this is our day look. And you can see, I don't know where you can see on the horizon there, see the sea line. It actually was a horizon, and there were waves, but it's a little out of focus for me. But it was just enough to make it work. We didn't have any motion, and it was a painted backdrop. But so we're in day mode, right? We had T12s pushing through, and all of the tubes were on. And it's, you know, it looked exactly like the real bridges that we went on. Then if you want to introduce them late afternoon, you had no trouble. It's starting to get dark, and then all of a sudden we're in night mode. Now, all we did was dim from 100% to 1% on all those 500 or so tubes that actually worked this set. And it took a minute. Literally, and we were in night mode. We flicked the red lights on, and we're still shooting. So that, to me, just blew my mind, because up until that stage, we'd never had that ability to dim like that. And so this was the beginning of real tubes coming out of China and the rest of the world to make our lives a lot easier. So more just a little look at the real ship and all its armaments. And I had to put that in as kind of... This is an Essex-class amphibious ship behind there. And so we're really using these out on booms at night, because they gave a nicer quality. And that one's a big one. That had 48 4-footers in it. But then we went big. Now we've got 48 8-footers on this. And it's cool, because when the wind blows, it goes right through the tubes. So they didn't become a giant sail in the way that a lot of, you know, if you're trying to put up a reflector. So that was a lovely light at night. There you go. You see it there pretty clearly. Beyond Borders was very similar, and that's where we got the 48, was on that show. But LEDs, flashlight, cops, everything with that. More tubes, more clusters. Who uses tubes here in this room? Everybody pretty well, right? You can't say no to them, right? It's crazy. So this is what the rig looked on the ground. And, you know, we had just loads of fun at night. It was very different. And then I took time off with Kiera Knightley, went to South Sudan to a conflict camp to do an Oxfam commercial, which my English friend said, "I can't do it, you've got to go." And I said, "Are you kidding? If she goes, I'll go." But it was dangerous as hell. But it was fun, Canon 300. But I took Westcott made a little stick like that. Does anyone remember that thing? I don't remember what it was called. And I had one. Ice Light. Right, and so I'm holding it camera left here in warm mode as it's drizzling quite heavily on the edge of the camp, barbed wire, and godforsaken sad place where 100 people are being killed 6 weeks earlier because the other side had come to the earth berm, and between the tanks they just fired randomly with AKs into the camp and killed 100 people. Anyhow, Shannara took me home to New Zealand. Lots of xenons. Soft sun, 50K. That was my first time out with that. Who's used the soft sun? A nice light, huh? It's a pretty scary light. I mean, the tube is like 8 feet long, and the big one, I don't know how they ship it around. Mole beams. We had lots of mole beams, too. It was a big stage, brand new stage in Auckland, and lots of fantasy stuff. And lovely production designer was on the Lord of the Rings team. And we did some underwater. I think that was a 4K, pushing into the water. We built forests. And then we had the mirrors and the xenons. I'm still a sucker for these beams. And I love English shooting because you smoke everything. We're forbidden in most places now, even on the stages, to smoke anywhere. It sort of takes the fun out of it. More xenons there. We had 45 containers in a rack here, so we had a big green screen. And you can see the artificial forest taking shape. Baddies, lots of death, mayhem, lots of hardware. And the soft sun pushing aggressively into this set, just covering everything beautifully without any dismay. But it did rain, and the old 45 got soaked, and we waited. And it's fun. You never know what you're seeing until you get to watch the show, and you see the full composite, and you say, oh, that looks pretty cool. And there, look, we had the lovely actor who played Elvis. So that was fun to see him come to life in Elvis and go on to... did this thing in not a bad place to be, Oahu, for 6 months at a time. And hello, ARRI 360 shows up. Well, so I said I'd be using the Dyno 1200C because it punches more. And I suspect it's a little lighter. They overbuild the ARRIs terribly. But here's day, sun, and then, uh-oh, what happened? Oh, I lost it. I was going to show, there was one where it shows you when it goes overcast. So what the 360s would do is just fill in the gap. And I'd be hovering there watching the clouds on the iris, and I could just tweak it enough, and we could keep rolling, because it would go cloud to sun, to cloud to rain, every 20 minutes or so on the island. Lovely. Eagle Ingleson was directing, but XDP, ASC member. We had a load of fun on that. Lots of toys. 3 cameras all the time. Everything on a zoom. It's a disaster for lighting. It's a tragedy. But it's the reality. But we went to sea a lot too, so that was a lot of fun. But every now and again you make a nice image. You know, it was kind of worth it. We got a really beautiful sunbeam and, you know, a rainbow, and the cloud went pink in the background. It was real. Amazing. But again, 360s and panel lights, enough of that. Night work. You're always trying to cause a shade because the sun is just too aggressive. And these guys just pushed into all the holes that you needed. And then it would rain every hour or so. It would rain. It would seriously rain. And this is the rig we used for, I don't have a picture of all the cameras on it, but we put 5 cameras, minis, on this for their drive-arounds. And we were completely at the mercy of God and nature, because you couldn't put a light anywhere, and you couldn't silk it anywhere. It was just impossible. So usually what we did was, you can see it back here. Where is it? In the beginning, we've got a small techno on the back of the truck. So we can noodle around from side to side in addition to all the other camera coverage. Anyhow, we digress from lighting. So this is my latest outing, and this is for BET Plus in the States. This was low budget. This was 90 pages in 12 days. So we're doing over 8 pages a day. We were shooting anamorphic with LFs, mini LFs. No dolly grip, no generator, because at the time I had these 6 RGB ACLs. I'd use the 900s now, and I intend to, because we're going back to do some more. No Jenny, all the tubes are on batteries. We had light mats, but now I'd use these guys because they're building bigger ones for us. You should go and look at that little light. It's gorgeous. It weighs nothing, and it's got a lovely, beautifully designed little pop-out that softens it if you want to. But it's great hard, too. It punches quite aggressively. It's fun to look at. And then everything was on blackout. So the gaffer stood beside me with a mini iPad around his neck all the time, and we'd just make all the adjustments we wanted on the fly. So this is the great downsizing that we're in right now. You know, Arri's still trying to sell their cameras at $100,000 a piece, but then they had to lower the price. Burano's out now at 25 instead of 90 for yeah, I mean, you bought one. It's a good camera, I'm not knocking it, but it's also very expensive. So this is my gaffer, lovely, and here we have a Duplo and a 2-foot tube on a stick, batteries on it, and we change these at lunchtime. So you have to keep more of the fixtures around, which is good for people who are selling them, so that you don't run down, you know. So at lunch you change them, and because they're all on blackout, you just switch them off until you roll, basically. They're a lovely light, 2 4-foots and 8s they make, and the new version is the Calligri, right, out of Germany, which is an actual blow-up tube, which I've got my hands on now, but I haven't really tried. You can't get them in America yet, but you can't get them here. They're sold out, right? Everybody wants it. So it's about this volume, this diameter, 2, 4, or 8, and you blow it up, and it stays up forever, and you just slide the tube in the back and put some Velcro tabs on it, and it stays put. If you grab the tube, now the whole thing weighs nothing. Now you've got a beautiful softbox. You can carry it around in your hand. You can stick it in the ceiling. You can glue it to anything with magnets. And then, of course, punch lights, which the 900C has a really nice projector system. This is an Astera version, but no, Astera, what is it? Astra. But, you know, magnetic tubes. So there they go, all over the place. And you just put them up with tape. And so this kit comes with the magnets. You get 4 magnets. They've 1/4 holes in the back. You screw them in. Slap your piece of steel on the wall, and away you go. I think those are, I don't know why they're softies for the, what are they, pixel brick softness, huh? There's the bag with the tube in it, and there's another thing. So they become my go-to now. I had them working on every set. Little mini guys, basic setup. Assoon, who knows Assoon? Another game changer. They take your Wi-Fi and they share the channels between the low channel and the high channel, and they can go from 10 feet roughly out to 150, 200 feet easily through walls and everything. And that was my scriptie, who was recording everything, up to 4 cameras, and she would just swipe her finger and show me where, and of course she was listening and looking to see for continuity. But if I asked, she would just spit to my iPhone a reference frame. And she's standing right there. Nobody's sitting down, everybody's on the move. So A and B camera in this case. And there you see our slider. We had not great sliders. And the lens was, I'm not going with these guys anymore. But anyhow, you get the picture. It was fast. And Druki, this is the magnet kit, which costs an arm and a leg. I don't know why it's so expensive. But Andy's giving them a set of these magnets. This is like a $500 kit. It's crazy. But that's one of our lights on full spud, 675, pushing perfectly Christmas light, you know, late afternoon, nothing to go on about there. Little push in the background. We had one of these, which was great. If you want a down shot, there you go. Has anyone played with this camera? This is an insanely good camera, even 4K. And now they've got an 8K version. You use it in mimic mode. So you can put the camera head that I have on this thing here on a stick. So I can walk in and stick it down between you. And I'm holding the monitor, and I go like this, and the camera turns. And it's rapid because it's part of their flight control systems for their drones. So it's immediate feedback. So any kind of stunt work is fantastic. And they have little short zoom, 17 to 28 on it. 2.8, perfectly adequate. And we had to shut down because of lightning. We went for a meal and saw this, and the safety people came and said, you can't work. And we had an interior in the house to do. 4 pages of dialogue. Fortunately, we took the camera gear in, so that was there. And my gaffer went back to his hotel, and he had 2 little of your sticks, the 60s, stuck them up in the top of the chandelier, and then replaced all the bulbs with our bulbs. And that's how we shot the whole thing. At 3200, it's possible. So it's magic. A little bit of swooning for the old days. Easy done. Walk and talk. Kissy. Usual stuff, but no HMIs, you know. And so we had a little baby putt-putt, the little one, because we're on a remote location. Then we went to this giant house. And so that's one of these lamps 50 feet away pushing through the window. Does exactly what we wanted, waterproof, as Andy's are. There you go. And the house was 54,000 square feet. And a billionaire owned it, of course. And he didn't actually live in it. He lived in Florida. So we got the whole house for $20,000 for a month. And we shot the whole movie there. We never went outside. Oh, no, I tell a lie. We started in a bar. Anyhow, both these movies, the Christmas one and this one, have done very well for BET, and they've greenlit another version, a part 2 with the same cast. So we'll see what happens. LaToya. And that's my little team. They're all under 30. It's crazy, but wonderful at the same time. My friend Sam is doing volume work. This is a show called Station 19, Fire Engine Station. It's all about firemen. So they spend a lot of time, 12, 15 pages every episode in that truck, or ones like it. So they've got very high-res Sony panel in the back. And this is a laser projector, $2,000. And when the lights are out, it's throwing enough of a reflection of the up camera for the buildings. So as you're shooting these guys, the buildings are going past on the cheap and easy and fast. This was, my daughter made a little film for DJI, and we went and shot plates the same way. We had 3 extra cameras to shoot plates. It's wonderfully easy. But then, hello, the iPhone 15. When is this going to end, right? I got to sit in and watch Claudio Miranda shoot an iPhone commercial for Tiffin. You can look it up online. It's quite charming. The 24mm is really amazing. You'll be scared by it. The longer lenses don't function the way you think they should, and they're a little softer. But nonetheless, Tilda built this cute little rig, and Claudio, and then this is Claudio's DIT. Oh my God, what a station. This is his name, Rohan. He's on Formula One. He's finishing Formula One, but he also did Top Gun, so he's the guy. It was interesting because he had a real steely eye on what the picture looked like. He was really, you know, and this is a focus puller system made cheaply, $250 by Tilta, which directly talks to the iPhone. So tell your kids that if they want to make a movie right now, they can get a bunch of tubes and a couple of iPhones and go for it, you know. So there it is in steady mode. Nothing to it. Anyhow, I think that's it. Does anyone have any questions?
back up, Rodney. That was wonderful. Thank you very much. Rodney Charters, ASC. Superb.
Well,
Just
take a look at
wonderful.
these lights. They're very well made by a family. I'm very fond of them all now. Father and the two brothers and the mum. And they run this top-notch facility with the highest tech possible. Very exciting.
Would anybody like to ask Rodney any questions? Well, he's captive here.
Yes.
Argyris Theos, GSC. Just wondering how much tilt can it operate? Can it operate totally vertically on top or bottom, and for how much time?
Pardon?
How much time to run vertically? Or horizontally, I suppose, too.
Or vertically to top or to bottom?
Any limits on that. We've done all the tests for any angles.
So no problem of overheat of any kind?
No.
Okay.
We're on all the tests.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. All right, well. You've told us everything.
Have I used up all the time?
I think so, yes. I think we're...
Oh, you're right.
Have you got
Okay.
another story?
I do.
Oh, go on. Go on.
I was saving it for tomorrow night. I'm doing another talk somewhere else. But I was on the show in Vancouver, and we were in the Sutton Place Hotel, and we'd taken over their steam room. And the ADs came to me and said, sir, there's a gentleman outside who says he's a DP. He wants to meet you because you've taken his steam room away. And so I went out there, and there's this craggy, long hair, nursing a scotch, and the rain was coming down, and he's standing on the awning. And I said, sir, they tell me you're a DP. I said, what show are you shooting? He said, Jennifer 8. And I said, oh, my God, Mr. Hall, oh, my God. Because we all knew Conrad Hall was in town. So he came in, and he sat on my Pee-wee, and he looked, and I had an Arri 35BL, a big, chunky, heavy beast, but coax mags, and had good optics. And he looked through the eyepiece, and he said, how many setups do you do a day? And I said, you know, if we're pushing it, we can do 30, 35. He said, oh, my God. He said, you must come to my set. And fortunately, we were wrapping 3 days later, so I got to go out to this blind institute where they were shooting. But before we did that, I was showing him a brand new mag light that had a xenon bulb in it, so they said. But it was decidedly more punchy than any other flashlight we'd ever had. And the cops all had them. They were about this long and black, and they had an evil spot to them. And we'd been experimenting shooting with them. And in those days, I suppose we still had 500, maybe that was it. But we didn't have fast lenses. I didn't use primes, so it was all 2.8, 3.5, 4. But we were working with them at night, and I showed it to him. So I forgot about it. He went and he did, another Academy Award nomination for Bobby Fischer in Toronto. And about 40 years later, a grip came to me. I was on the set. He said, you know, I'm going to tell you a story. He said, I was working on that show in Toronto, and he told us how this DP had come to him and showed him the flashlight. So what transpired was, and I can attest to this, because the first day I went on set, we never rolled before lunch was over. And we had to come back. And we pulled him in, and he changed his mind and put in a 575 along the floor with a sharp cut, and it was just gorgeous. And they're walking down to Irma Thurman's room. And the story where he talks about blasting the lens with light because all the lights are off in this place. So the producers flew up from LA, and they said, Conrad, we're very worried. We're a week behind, and you're only 2 weeks into it. And he said, Ron, he said, Ron Williams, I think was his gaff. He said, you got that flashlight? And they're all sitting on the tailgates at night. It was dark. And he fires it towards him, and he pulls his media out, and he says, 2.8. He says, great, we're lit. So after he passed, in the paper one day, I saw there was a wake. And I thought, I need to go. I met him and spent hours with him. And so I went to this wake. And the actor playing the cop was there telling the story of how he dressed up in a white hazmat suit, and he had paddles of foam core shaped like rackets taped to his arms, and he ran behind the Steadicam. And he's saying, hit me, hit me, hit me, hit me. So they walk and talk down this, no lights on in this building at all. And these flashlights, both cops had them, were firing them at his paddles and his body. And that was the kickback, and that's how he lit the whole chase. It was like 3 weeks of work through the darkened sanatorium, and blind institute. So it's kind of cool. So there you go.
Thank you very much, Rodney. Thank you, Sam. It was a very, very interesting presentation. Super lights, and I think I'd encourage everyone to have a look at the selection that we brought along.
Yeah, come to the stand. We've got them all there. They make a lot of lights.
They do indeed.
And this one and the little slims are really very cool because they're very lightweight. They're perfect for stand-ups and so on, news or anything like that. But they're also great. They basically replace the unfixable light mats.
Just one quick question.
Very quick. I'm from Spain. I've been using especially the 1200.
Yes.
One of the things I love is the accessories also.
Yes.
You have not talked. And you have like all kind of Bowens accessories, and you can include sometimes. And I even made an adapter for this mount to Bowens to be used in small adapters and have the punch.
Yes, yes. They also have a controller now, waterproof controller for the 1200.
Oh, yeah.
It's wired, but so 25 feet of cable on it, I think, and yeah.
I didn't have that.
We don't have it here, but it's at the show. All right.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I think it's a lunch break now, and reconvene at 1:15 for the committee presentations, and those will go on until 4:15, at which point we'll all head over to Battersea.
Oh, yes.
To introduce Argyris Theos from the board of Imago and from the Greek Society, and who's the chair of the authorship committee.
Good day, everybody. As far as I know, I have 20 minutes. Am I right? Okay. I'll try to stick to it, hopefully. But I always say I'll be shorter, and then I'm getting longer. Let's start with a quiz. How many of you are cinematographers? Raise your hands. Okay. And how many of you believe that you are creative artists? Who does not believe is not a creative artist?
My producer.
Correct. Okay. So, since we are creative artists, we'll speak about Academy Award. And since we are cinematographers, we will start with music. Manos Hadzidakis was an Academy Award winner for a song on Jules Dassin movie Never on Sunday. Yeah, he's a Greek. He was a very intelligent person. I will show you another song. I will play for you another song that did not get an Academy Award, but got very, very extremely discussed. And you will soon understand why.
και στην καρδιά μου, στο κορμί μου σίδερα. Αγόρι ματωμένο, θέρια σε ζώσανε, χαράματα σε πήραν και σε σταυρώσανε.
And now. That's okay. You can take it off. You realize now it's the same musical theme. He used for this song a musical theme that Mozart used for his Symphony No. 40. And that's why he called the song Hasapico 40. This song has been very much discussed. They said, oh, Hatzidakis is such a clever person, such a wonderful musician, an Oscar-awarded musician, and he copies Mozart. So they asked him. They told him, you copied Mozart. And he answered, non-talented people copy. Talented people steal. What am I telling you now? What I'm saying is that when you're creative, you will rely on other people's work to do a new, genuine, fresh work. This is not copy. This is stealing, leading to inspiration. Our question here is, can the robots of artificial intelligence perform the same task? Can the robots steal, or do they only copy? And this is major to our work because, as you all understand, our very existence depends on the answer. This is an answer that we are not ready to give. It takes a lot of people from various disciplines to understand the question and discuss and get to an answer. For the moment, and for the foreseeable future, let's say 20 years, it looks like the robots are simply copying. So this is the reason the international legislation does not give the robots the title of creative authors. When is this going to change? We don't know. We don't understand the way technology moves, and because it moves extremely fast. But this is something we have to reflect, and we have to discuss thoroughly, starting from what is art and what is the artistic process. How do we get from position A to position B? How to create a film? How does a cinematographer work in his mind in order to put a light here and not here and not 10 centimeters lower? How does a cinematographer choose lenses, sometimes by intuition, sometimes by thorough study, because both happen? And how does he choose a camera position? And would the artificial intelligent robots be able to create a new visual language based simply on what they are being fed by the databases that provide visual input to them? This is a huge question. We have to understand that it deals with our own future, with the question whether we will keep practicing cinematography or we will end up as museum exhibits. And you probably know, or maybe some of you may not, but for many, many years, Netflix is collecting not only the final film that it's paying for to produce, but everything from original shooting materials, from brainstorming notes. They collect everything. They get it all together. Why? The idea, big thing, they get it all together. Why? The idea behind that, and they already have their eye machine, is to feed it to the machine so that they can depend less and less on creatives. The idea is, and the European directors at least know that and have made a lot of fuss on this. The idea is that in the future, Netflix, when ordering new content, they will order, together with a storyboard, special instructions to the director on how to shoot, special instructions to the cinematographer on how to shoot, and of course, no editor, because the editing will be done on the machine. Is this art? Is this creative? Will it lead us to something new? Will it enrich the cinematic language? That is the question. Because if the robots come here and they enrich the language, if visual storytelling gets better, gets refreshed, gets newer, let them come in and let's go to retirement. But will this happen? Great question. So, to cut a long story short, the authorship committee is deeply worried about all this. And our idea is to organize a conference on this. A conference that will have together people from various disciplines, not necessarily from the audiovisual industry and from the cinematography or even legal people only, but if possible, scientists, artificial intelligence scientists, who can speak to us in a rather simple language so that we can understand what is going to happen and what are the questions, what are the answers to the questions that I already presented to you. We are on our way to do this. We would like everybody's contribution. If you have one thought, one idea, doesn't matter if it's going to be used in the end or not, just drop it in the table. If you can volunteer for something, if you have an idea for a possible funding that might come from your country, that, we might find $500, euros. I'm not talking about huge amounts of money, but somehow, maybe some organization in your country is interested and is willing to interfere. Just let us know. And come to us, bring any brainstorming ideas with no fear, because it's okay. I mean, you don't have to be experts. All you need to do is worry. If you worry, think about it, get everything in the table, and we'll see how we can manage all together. Some some questions may not be ever answered or may not be dealt with because it might not fit into the organization. But so what? It's not a shame to ask, never. So I think I managed to be relatively fast, very fast, 12:39, 12 minutes, 39 seconds. And of course, we are inviting everybody to join the committee. We're inviting everybody, whether they know, you know, or you don't know anything about authorship, or anything about artificial intelligence, anything. If you are a cinematographer who cares about our profession, you're invited to join, and you're invited to bring in your special ideas. This was it. Thank you so much, and have a nice day.
Thank you, Argyris. Does anybody have questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Argyris.
Yes.
It's a huge problem. I'll give you one example, and hopefully if we can find an answer as Imago would be great. If I input into Midjourney, into the prompt, and I put /im, that is imagine, so even think the irony of that, Midjourney is this AI prompt-ready image creator, and I put such and such scene, you know, let's say person walking with long coat and, you know, a sort of period car, and then I add, in the style of Gordon Willis, exactly this. It will come out like a scene from Road to Perdition, exactly the same. The irony is that this company say that the machine has learned. In my world, I don't know yours, that's called copying, and blatantly so. And I come to my question. How do you think, as Imago, that represents so many different countries that have such a complicated legislation when it comes to copyright protection, to protecting our right as author, how can we do it to pull everybody together, since we are so different, in Australia and Canada, Italy, and so on? So what do you think?
Yeah, I have a microphone. Thank you. Well, there's no clear answer to that, because as is evident, each country has a different legislation. Even in the European Union, when the legislation is supposed to be under an umbrella, there are differences, and quite big differences. So it's not possible to get with a single outcome. What we can do is press, and press each and everyone as much as he can. In some countries, some people may be able to press a lot. In other countries, people may not be able to press at all. Let's try to push all together as much as everybody can. There are serious problems, because all these companies, which are huge companies with billions of dollars behind them, they have taken measures. Those measures are not really clear, but I can give you an example. Some months ago, Getty Images filed a suit, two suits, one in America and one in London, against a company that makes artificial intelligence images, because they were copying their original images, and as a matter of fact, in the outcomes, sometimes in the examples I provided, the robot would also print the Getty Images logo on the picture. So they have a case. But what's up? Getty attacked the artificial intelligence company. They did not attack, and this worries me a lot, the company that provides the original images to the robot. Because it's a different company, it's a not-for-profit company located in Germany, and this company collects via the internet the images, it stores it in a database, And then they give the database to the artificial intelligence company that makes the images. So they're doing it very, very complicated just to avoid legal actions. If Getty, with all those millions or billions of dollars behind it, cannot attack originally the source, something is very, very hard. Something is very, very difficult for everybody, including us. We have to be there with our ears and eyes open and try to find the small openings that we can sneak into it. That's my answer. Sorry, it's not a clear answer, but
Thank you.
I thank you. The microphone is here.
Thank you, Argyris. Any more questions? So I think we've reached the 20 minutes.
To be honest, 1807, but okay. You know, I always carry when I present a clock because I want to be respectful to the time of the people that coming after me. Because if I go, I'm the first, if I go 30 minutes, somebody will have to do 10 minutes less, and that's not fair. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Argyris.
You can contact me at any time, okay? Time to pick up my stuff.
Yes. I'm going to call Fernanda Tanaka, who is going to present a text by Caroline Champetier of the newly created Preservation and Restoration Committee. So I have to plug in the computer and things.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, so you can show the text. Yes. Okay.
Here you go.
Thank you. Ah, tá, eu vou ler no seu. Ok.
Agora você me fez mudar todo o texto.
Não, mas tudo bem, eu leio, eu mudo na hora de falar, não precisa não. Musta, deixa que eu leio.
We can just highlight them and put them on the screen.
I'm sorry?
La vidéo de Caroline. Vous maîtrisez la vidéo de Caroline ou...
La vidéo, j'ai rien reçu.
Elle est là. Elle dit qu'elle ne peut pas mettre la vidéo.
Elle veut mettre la vidéo? On peut, mais elle nous a rien dit.
Non, mais faut qu'elle apparaisse.
Oui, mais c'est à elle de la mettre la vidéo.
Eh ben non, elle dit qu'elle ne peut pas. J'arrive pas à mettre la vidéo. En bas, le son.
Não precisa mudar, mas pode deixar que eu leio.
Ah, mas parece que ela quer aparecer.
Sim, com certeza.
Sim, mas ela não consegue botar. Mas você tem o texto? Porque eu mudei ele.
Sim, aquele que você mudou, né?
Não.
Você mudou mais? Tá, tá bom.
Então você quer ler aqui, talvez
Tá
seja
ótimo.
melhor.
Sim. Não, mas eu posso ler sentada, não?
Pode. Elle veut parler aussi? Oui, mais c'est à elle d'allumer le son et c'est en bas. Elle n'y arrive pas. Regarde. Alex, it seems Caroline is having trouble having sound and picture on Zoom because she's right here.
Pode tentar entrar e sair, entrar de novo. Tudo bem, bora lá.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait?
Could we put my computer's image in the meantime? Yes, thank you. So I suggest that there's some technical issues for Caroline, so we'll start by Fernanda reading the text that Caroline wrote.
Hello. First of all, I'm really glad that this committee idea was approved yesterday, so thank you very much.
I forgot to introduce Fernanda properly, although she was introduced yesterday. Fernanda Tanaka, ABC.
Thank you. So I'll read a small text that Caroline Champetier wrote. Film Preservation and Restoration Committee. Today, restoration is largely an area of lawlessness, where films suffer. A Film Restoration and Preservation Committee within Imago should be able to help take stock of the technical and artistic situation in this area of cinema of each of the countries that have joined Imago. Some countries are more advanced than others. Some restoration practices are ethical, while others are not, especially when they involve AI. A Film Restoration and Preservation Committee could provide a forum for analysis and exchange of on these practices. There is no industrial model for restoring films, which are unequal by nature and unequal technically when it comes to conservation. Due to the financial and technical hazards of restoration, there's a wide diversity of practices, which is a lengthy process involving several successive stages. The first stage of restoration involves identifying negative, positive, or intermediate sources and taking stock of existing elements to support rights holders, who are often at a loss when the film does not belong to a private or institutional catalog. With silver-based films, the reference elements, which are not the source elements, can be contradictory, and this is where the need for a cinematographer is important, as he or she will be able to recognize the characteristics of a positive and how it can influence the image. How can it influence the image, and whether or not to restore the original negative. The second stage is that of digitization, that is scanning. This is the essential operation of restoration, and the choice of machine on which to scan the items is decisive. There are 6 or 7 different scanner brands, some of which can immerse the negative. For each restoration, the question of the scanner must be asked. Nothing is automatic, as everything depends on the conservation of the elements and their nature, the film format, and its ratio. Yes, so she quotes an example of the scanning process. She did restore Les Amants du Pont-Neuf, and so she gives some details of the process. The third stage is the restoration phase, which can be the most costly, depending on the amount of cleaning required. The fourth operation is calibration, after analysis of the new digital negative and reference elements. It's at this stage that the role of the DOP is crucial. No restoration should be carried out without the presence of a cinematographer. However, more than half of the restorations are. The first tasks of Imago's Film Preservation and Restoration Committee could be take stock of restoration practices in each country and identify laboratories and their practices. Meeting with laboratory technicians and DOPs experienced in restoration. Drafting of a restoration charter. Presentation of restored films at festivals such as Camera Image with analysis of the restoration process. AFC, for example, presented several restoration cases at Camera Image 2022 and Microsalon 2023. Creation of an Imago restoration label. And I've added two more items. There will be research into the film vault. And there's a project of an event in Brazil, a collaboration between ABC, Imago, and the Brazilian Cinematheque that, well, hopefully we can be able to do this year. Thank you very much. So Caroline is right here. If you have any questions, technical questions, which I cannot reply to.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to excuse the text because I did a translation on the fly, so there's a few problems in the text.
She's having trouble connecting with sound.
Oh.
So we should wait?
Well, she did reconnect, but she's not getting sound.
Oh.
We
cannot see her either.
No.
So no sound?
No sound, no image.
We can take down the text, I think everybody.
Yes.
No, just leave the text.
Okay.
I don't know. Which we do? Well, is there any questions for Caroline? Maybe we could write the question and she can reply by text.
We can try that. That's a good choice.
Okay. So how do we do this? Carol, você... Oh, you can write? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Argyris Theos, GSC. Looking here at this list, I happen to know slightly that cinematheques are closely collaborating, and for most cases, restorations do not happen on one single country. So I don't really understand why this, how this bullet list was being created, because we have, for example, in Greece, films that are being scanned in Italy, and then the sound is being restored in Greece, or vice versa. We know that the Cinematheque of Greece has recently bought a new scanner that was deliberately different than the scanner of another Cinematheque they are cooperating with, so that they can have options. I mean, these things are being worked out technically by the Cinematheques. So the question is, what is our committee going to provide further here? Thank you.
I'm writing.
The situations of... c'est quoi la phrase en entier? Juste une seconde, si tu peux répéter, Caroline. Je vais le mettre au micro.
I don't really understand the question. But what I think is important now, it's to make an analysis of...
Caroline, can you take off the sound of your computer so we can...
Okay. It's important to make an analysis of all the situation in each country to understand how the restoration topic is. And after we can make with that consider how it's different from a country or another one. And to take the example of the country who are really aware about all these technical, ethical, and artistic questions, and then take the country who have no good system of restoration in the good situation. It's understandable what I think. What I say?
Yes, Caroline. I think everybody agrees. Any more question? Nigel?
Good afternoon, Caroline. Nice to talk to you, but I'm really puzzled why you include the cinematographer's experience in restoration. This is all about the look of a finished result, which has a lot to do with the cinematographers. And I think there are some of our societies are working on the basis that the work of restoration should be involving more, if possible, the cinematographer who shot the film. Even if many have gone, but there are many left who are possible. And we've had people like our own Billy Williams who has been actively involved in restoring his work. So I think that the main object for all of us should be to involve the cinematographer in these discussions. Thank you.
You can speak now.
Thank you, Nigel. What you said is very important. I really think if all DPs of all the countries who are in Imago are more involved in that really important question, we will make a great step. So thank you to say that. It cannot be, restoration is not only the work of the labs. We absolutely, only DPs can understand what is an egg and what are all the consequences of the shooting makes on an egg. So if we are not part of this work, there is really something missing in the translation that is a restoration. We have to understand a restoration is like a translation, good or bad. Okay? So if we want good translation, we take the tools and also we take the craft that are important for that work.
Apologies, but this does not answer Nigel's question.
Sorry?
Argyris says it doesn't answer Nigel's question.
Why? what is important is to have DOP in that process, no?
The question that Nigel asked was, why do you write DOPs experienced in restoration and not all DOPs? Why is this in the text?
J'ai pas on peut me le dire en français, là?
Oui, bien sûr. Le texte écrit qu'on cherche des chefs opérateurs qui ont déjà une expérience sur la restauration. Et ce que Nigel a demandé, c'est pourquoi des chefs opérateurs avec déjà une expérience et pas tous les chefs opérateurs qui ont fait leur film.
Moi, I don't have an answer like that. I think we have to learn that. And of course, people, DOP who have made restoration are more involved in the. I don't really understand the question. When you have experience on a craft, you have experience, and you have to use it. No.
I think what Nigel was trying to say is that to call on the cinematographer of the film before any other cinematographer. I think that was the idea.
Yes, of course, but when the cinematographer is not alive. My topic was, of course, if it's really better and it's really the way to work if it's the DOP of the movie within restoration. But if the film is old and if the DOP is dead, or I don't know, it can have many situations. What I say, it's important to have a DOP. Because a lot of restoration today, most of them are made without one DOP.
Yeah, I think what Nigel was saying and what you're saying, Caroline, is the same thing. It's first to call on the DOP of the film, and if he's not available for one reason or another, to have a DOP in the process and not to bypass a DOP. I think we all agree.
Yes.
There's some more questions.
Absolutely.
We have 3 more questions. Just a second. I think you were first.
Hi, Piotr Ciskowski, PSC, Poland. I can give you a solution for this because we sorted out actually in Poland. And there is we just made agreement with all the companies who doing restoration of the movies. And there is like that the first of all, the first line is the DOP who was shooting this movie. If the DOP is not available, we just bring the camera operator who used to work with him. And if not, we have a group of DOPs from PSC who are very good experience in restoration, and it's only allowed PSC allows to do the restoration for these DOPs. So we can have just absolutely control the picture is not is done in proper way and the right, because most of us knows our older friends work from the screenings, all the stuff, so it's all sorted out. So I advise you just to do all like that. We've been for a few years with conversation with all these companies, and it's working very good in Poland now. So I think this is the best solution, because it's all about this. It's just a matter to keep in touch with the companies for restoration, just to bring the DOPs. But this is societies in our countries can sort it out very easily. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think one of the purposes of this committee is exactly to bring the experience that you just shared with other societies that are part of Imago. That's the main purpose. Hold on 1 second.
Thank you, Mustafa. Vincenzo Condorelli, AIC. Hi, Caroline. I wanted to understand, how do you see the scope of activity of the committee? What are you guys thinking? Whether the word film has to be taken literally, so it only relates to the film heritage, or now that we are well into also digital cinematography, therefore, are you also preservation of digital native content will be part of your activities? Because that is a problem we were also discussing before with the Greek colleague, with Argyris, that now there are movies that have been shot 10 years ago, which are difficult to preserve, or and there are some big cases of movies that are actually virtually lost. So is this going to be part of this committee, or going to be part of activity of the other committees of Imago? And the last thing also I will say that if it's film is the main, I think also that involvement of Kodak motion picture film would be very important. We have discussed this in our board meetings. I know for a fact that they are very active in this domain, and for sure they would be interested in being associated with Imago for that. Thank you.
Before Caroline answers, I think it's important to note that the committee was only created yesterday, so they haven't met because until it was officially, but the question is still valid. But.
No, yes, of course, the digital is also a concern, for sure. That's why I've added the film votes. That I was told that there are some already, private film votes, like Universal Film Vote. They have methods. There's another one in Sweden, I think. Alex, do you know? Pickle, I think the name of the company. It's right where it's really cold. So yes, it will be a concern, the preservation of the digital films. Yes.
Do you want to add something, Caroline?
No, I absolutely agree with the precedent intervention and Fernanda intervention.
Okay, so I think yes.
There is a great work to do, and I think in each country it must be one DOP or a technician working on that report.
Thank you. Has anybody taken the time? I think we've reached the 20 minutes or more. Yes. So, Caroline, we're sorry we have to move on to the next committee presentation, but thank you very much for...
No, thank you to you. I'm really sorry for the technical issue. Thank you, everybody. I will follow you.
Thank you. Now we have a presentation by Ellen van der Hoof of the the Belgium Society, I'm sorry, and she's speaking online.
Hello.
Hello, Ellen.
I have a voilà, ça ira peut-être mieux ainsi.
Oui.
Donc mon nom c'est Ella van den Hoof, je vous parle de Bruxelles et je vais vous parler du. Oh, sorry, I speak English with you. I am Ella van den Hoof. I come from Brussels, and I am going to talk to you about the Education Committee. The Education Committee is the meaning is to make contact between cinematographers who are also teachers in professional school. It's not a matter of masterclass, it's a matter of education for young future cinematographers. We want to make a network between all those persons from societies who are also teaching. We want to make exchange of pedagogical experience, and we want also to create links between professional and academics. So we have different ways to do it. We organize conference. So we had 3 conferences soon, two in Brussels and one in Munich. But we had also a small one in Lisbon 2 years ago. And we like to take parts in different conferences. So we are also involved in the conference in Stuttgart with some people from technical committee. And we take care to spread all those information. But the education committee has a very, very active child who is a CITO. And CITO is a group of academics and teachers and cinematographers who are talking together and also who have a journal. And I want to share my screen. I hope if it's possible. I want to share this, which is the cinematography journal. And you can find it easily if you type cinematography in progress in a browser. You just get it. And it's a place where anyone who write article about cinematography can share it with the community. I mean, it's anyone, but it's a peer-to-peer. We have a system of moderation, quite strict. So we try to have very accurate article in it. And it is also very much tied to academics world. So if you publish in this, you can achieve an academical level of publication. So next, we will just launch a new call for paper, and it's nice, and we must be in the good time because the theme of the new issue is cinematography in history and archive. So maybe Caroline will get some article interesting for her, and I am sure maybe the committee of Caroline and his friends can write some article to put in our journal. That's it. That's for the CITO. And CITO is wide open. It's not only people from Imago, it's also people from the academic world. And it's running with the help of schools. So we have here 2 schools. We have another one, ANSAS, to help with the running of the platform. Eventually, we ask for help from Imago, but we want to be very independent. We don't want very much to help from sponsors. Sorry for the sponsors. We want to keep very independent. So that's what we do. And there is something else we want to do, is to organize virtual meeting with teacher, cinematographer teacher. And the idea is to share pedagogical experience. And the meeting would be very short, and it will be each time a different experience. Someone is going to share one exercise he's doing in his school, how to connect students with the professional world. I think as teacher, we have the duty to keep our contact into the professional world, and as cinematographers, we have the duty to welcome the students and to take care of the education of the next generation. Voilà, that's it. So the education committee has needs, and the education committee needs mind. It doesn't need so much money, it needs mind, and it needs you. So as Agredis did, I do the same. Anyone who want to share and want to be part of the committee is very well welcome. I just have to take care of a good and efficient email address, because at this time we have some issue with it. But anyway, you can join us through the cinematography journal. Anyway, so this is my message. I am short, but I hope it was good. I think like this.
Thank you very much, Ella, and sorry for the mistake. Does anybody have a question for Ella? No questions? Well, again, thank you very much, Ella.
Thank you.
So now we move on to Working Conditions Committee. Oh, you already have. Introduce you to Kurt Brazda, the chair of the Working Conditions Committee.
Thank you, Mustafa. Thank you very much. I hope I'm understandable. Yes. I want to tell you something about the activities of our committee, but first I have to say I had yesterday a very good speech with Adriana from Colombia, which is member of the board, and she told me Imago has to go nearer to the members, but not to the members as associations, but to the members, the physical members, because we have to convince the members of the associations that Imago has an impact, that Imago can make an advantage for the special situation. And I think working condition is such an interesting and important issue that we can't get nearer to our colleagues than to improve or helping to improve our working conditions. And I had just before also a very interesting talk to a young lady coming from Armenian, and she told me also that the working conditions in her country are very bad. So it's a unique situation that working conditions are getting worse everywhere. And so, no, I think this is our very important thing to help to alter it. You have here the members of the committee, and I tell you that we are open for everybody. If we need input from all you to tell us how are the working conditions in your country, and if you want to join the committee, we are open. We are happy to get information about working conditions in every country, Europe, Africa, South America. It's very important to have a very good input. You see, it's a good mixture. It's a mixture between Greece, Israel, Norway, Denmark, Austria, and the legal advisor, Dr. Christina Busch, is in Spain. She's an expert in working conditions and also in authorship. I have to say, because something concerning authorship, we have to keep in mind that artificial intelligence will also change our job profiles. And it's very important that we learn that we are not a group who has to run after it. We have to make it to instrumentalize for us. We have to accept it and have to take care that the new job profiles are not victims or slaves. This is very important, so we have to consider this. Okay, let's talk first about money, an immense amount of money, yes. And I have here two figures, $46 billion and $140 billion, and I want to explain you what it is. $46 billion is the global cinema revenues are rising again after a slump during the coronavirus pandemic. They're expected to reach $46 billion in 2023, and by 2026 they could even grow to almost $50 billion. 50 billions. And then the second amount, $140 billion. The experts expect streaming to have an average annual growth rate of plus 7.6% and sales of 140 billion by 2026. You see, this is in a huge money, and we have a lot of Dagoberts laughing and making parties because of this wonderful sales. But this is the one side of the coin. This is the other side. That is our situation, because we are the people, we create this value, and many of us are working in very bad working conditions. They are working 15 hours, 16 hours a day, and they do not get the right money. And I think it's necessary to change this, and I think Imago has the duty to change it. So this sentence you find in the urgent call we made. I will tell afterwards. And this sentence, I think, says exactly what is our motivation. Billions in sales are made in the film and audiovisual industries, and it's a great shame. I say it's a shame that the people who makes this incredible added value possible through their work find unbearable production conditions. I think this has to come to the governments, to the unions, and everybody who is responsible for that, yes? And then, but what's wrong with our working environment? I collected 4 points which are coming from the Uni Global Made in Entertainment Global Survey from 2021. And these are the 4 points which you find in every country. The pervasive culture of long hours, over 50 hours per week. 14 to 15 hours days is more the rule than the exception. And then, very dangerous, the lack of adequate turnaround time, time for rest between 2 working days, and also the lack of adequate weekend time. This is, there's a lot more problems, but these are the main problems which we have to solve, we have to fight against. So I found this sentence from Christy Hoffmann, from the Uni Global Union General Secretary, and this is also a sentence which it brings it on the point. Recurrent overtime and insufficient rest during and between working days is not the exception but the rule in the global film and TV industry. The existing long hours culture is a global pandemic and needs to be addressed. I think that pandemic is the right word, because we had a lot of contacts and I see everywhere the same problem, the same troubles. So there is one basic problem. This is the budget cuts. Greater health risks due to work pressure because of budget cuts to increase profits. And you've seen the sales before. These budget cuts are not acceptable. They are not justified if you see how much is earned by maybe Netflix, Google, Amazon. And this is, the pressure is going from Google, Amazon, to the production, or it's coming from the TV station, and it's going to the film workers. The film workers are the last, yes? And this is a very dangerous situation, because there's one question I want to ask you. Does filmmaking make sick? And I'm sorry I have to say, in many cases, yes, indeed. We had a lot of research also in Austria. We made a research about the health of our colleagues, and we had a lot of answers, heart attack, other diseases coming from pressure in their work. So we have this also from the Uni Global Media Entertainment Global Survey, and you see the listing all the same. Fatigue as a result of brutal schedules and chronic lack of sleep leads to accidents and emotional and physical challenges. including anxiety, memory loss, obesity, heart disease, and diabetes, and not also important, and burnouts with long-term incapacity to work and therefore a loss of earnings. And this is the source of age poverty. We have also in Austria a lot of age poverty from people, not only actors, also cinematographers, also editors, which cannot afford anymore this pressure. And this leads really to a great problem, because age poverty is a big social problem. It's not what we are talking about is not only our problem, it's the problem of working environment everywhere. But I will tell you how we want to help to alter it. Okay, and this is, let me see, our guided sentence. It's Imago's responsibility as international solidarity community to contribute stopping the negative trend from worse to worse and to implement better working conditions in the audiovisual sector. I think this, we have to confess, it's very important. And I said yesterday, future needs past. We have a lot done in the past. In February 2012, we made the first Imago survey on living and working conditions of cinematographers. It was elaborated together with our legal advisor, Dr. Christina Busch, and it was the first survey, international survey about working and living conditions of cinematographers. And the result was bad, but if we are now in a situation, it's worse. So a second step was an honorable invitation to the EU Parliament, where we explained the situation of the working environment in the film industry. And the British cinematographer, I'm very grateful to it, accompanied us with his reports. And this was a report about this meeting in Brussels. And there was one result, and this result is very important. The EU Commission elaborated guidelines for collective bargaining for self-employed. And this is very important because what does it mean? It means that collective negotiations of minimum fees and unions of self-employed workers are no longer considered a violation of competition law. And this means that self-employed have the possibility to found unions, to bargain their minimum wages like employees. But it's very important to implement this in the national law, because the EU, it's permitted by the EU, but we have to take this in the legislation of the nations, of our members. And I think it's a milestone because self-employment is growing everywhere. I think employment as we know it many decades before is will becoming much more smaller, and we will have more self-employed, and we have to take care that especially the self-employed peoples are protected enough. And that there's the bridge again to the artificial intelligence. We have to take care that people who are sitting in the computer in their home get a good wages, and they have also regulations for working time. Okay, in October 2021, there was this bad accident from Helena Hutchins. She was fatally shot by a revolver on set, and the cause, it was clear, sloppiness and lack of safety controls due to poor working conditions. And Imago answered with this urgent call. This urgent call was signed by the whole board and also by all Imago committees, where we said, the last sentence, the death of a cinematographer cannot have been in vain. And this call was published, I think, also United States, it was published here in Great Britain, it was published, I think, in other countries. And this is a possibility how we can act. We can make public what is important to say, and what we can go to the public, we can go to the government. And letters like this can help, yes? Okay, and then I got the possibility to write an article, and I took this because there's one sentence from my personal opinion is very important. If we want to change something, then we must have the courage to do it ourselves, because no else will do it for us. Don't forget, the change must come from the bottom. We have to become a solidary community. Nobody will, it will not come from the top, it will come for us. And I think 1,000 of cinematographers can be a big, a strong community if they are together. If they don't fight each other, but they are together and stand together for a better working environment. So, and now this is the new project I want to, I hope it's my time is over, no? 4 minutes. 4 minutes, okay. This is the new project I want to present to you, consultations on status and working conditions for active cinematographers of the European and international film industry in 4 stages. Stage 1, conducting a survey on the working and living conditions of cinematographers in Europe as a role model for colleagues from other continents. Stage 2, analyzing the results professionally with external scientific expertise, including reports. And stage 3, working politically, presenting the report and our conclusions to relevant EU authorities and other instances, also governments outside of Europe, not only EU authorities, but every government which is important for us, working towards members. And these 3 stages are one block. And there's a 4th stage, which is a following stage, working towards European international film, making public all the demands, making public our recommendations. And this is maybe a continuity after having this survey, which we wanted to edit. And now, very important is, you have here a survey about the schedule, about how it will work. We are working together with FORBA. FORBA is a very is an institution of high reputation, situated in Vienna, Working Life Research Center. They have, their clients are governments, unions, and here you have the list what is to do, and we started now in March, and it will end in September. You see all what, you can read it afterwards, but you see there is a plan, and we want to have in September a survey. So the total cost for the stages 1 and 3 is 20,000 euros. This is not so much if you see how many work is in it. But the stage 1 has already been financed by the Norway Association, by the Danish Association, by the Austrian Association, and also by Imago with a sum, and it makes 5,000 euros. Stage 2 and 3 should be financed with a basic amount from Imago this year, and in collection of the Imago member associations and possible sponsors. I think we have to solidarity and community means that we have also to make crowdfunding for our works, because it's very complicated to get support from EU, because it's a high bureaucracy, yes, and it's also very expensive. So this is a good possibility to finance it, yes? And what I have to say, we have now got a very strong support by EU and also a strong support by UNESCO, and they promised us that they will publish the results of this survey. I think this is a very good mean to become a big public. And Imago has to stand international for a better working environment. I say, who else? let's get started. Okay, thank you for your attention. So.
Thank you, Kurt. Any questions? Okay, so yes.
Yes, okay.
Kurt, congratulations on all this work. And what I'd like to stay on is this idea that we can and we should be together, all together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Exactly what is necessary. I want to say something which is completely new. It was created, the idea, maybe 1 hour before. There may be a good cooperation with the Diversity and Inclusion Committee. And there is Ellen. She is also, and maybe that we can extend the survey, the questionnaire, with questions which are necessary for your committee, and we can do it together. I think it would be a wonderful experience to do it together, and maybe that you want to say something with it. Thank you very much for your intention.
Now we have a presentation by the Diversity Inclusion Committee. Masterclass? Oh, I'm sorry. So, Adriana? You can plug.
Sí. No, ellos lo tienen allá. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna read because it's more clearly, more easier to me. So after we can talk about. So this project of Masterclass Committee is like a reborn of Masterclass. I have all my respect with the work doing before, and I'm gonna talk with Astrid and Ellen maybe to learn about what was did in the past, because we have to build on the, or not under, but on the was built in the past. So since I arrived in Imago, I heard about the golden years of the Masterclass Committee. So the challenge is greater because we have to work a lot. This project that we are showing you today, propose a structure of bi-monthly and semi-annual classes that are in the first phase only virtual, but that in the future will be complemented with itinerant face-to-face workshops in different places around the world, in countries that are part of Imago and that are in a disadvantage in terms of cinematographic education or technical training. This proposal would help to ensure solidarity between the countries that be part of Imago. We start with virtual master classes because we know that we can do a lot of things with these virtual classes. During the year of the pandemic, in Latin America, we studied a lot. And virtually allows us to work with the budget we have in the beginning. Now we are working We are working with, sorry, I have to actualize my, Carlos Congote from ADFC. I don't know if some of you know him. He has the bigger rental house in Colombia. So he, and he has, he proposed us to have all his equipment and his virtual screens studio, and we can do some things very, and he has a school, so we can do some things that are functioning already, and they have a virtual classes, so we can transmit, but at the same time show the equipment or some light structures or cameras, or we have this facility. And we are working, Lars Petersen is here with me, and Alfonso Parra and I, and we have years and years of experience in educational subjects. In this first stage, as I already said, the emphasis will be on virtual remote work to take advantage of the technology and be able to reach more people in more places all over the world. So we're going to have three, ¿cómo era la palabra, perdón, Mustafa, que habíamos dicho?
Three phases, I think you
Yes, 3 phases of the work. The first is to continue with Imago Talks. Imago Talks is a project that aims to create a space for discussion between cinematographers and professions related to cinematography, as colorists or DITs, where technical and technological advance, artistic position, aesthetic proposals, working condition, copyright are shared to the community. In previous year, in 2023, we made 2 Imago Talks, and we have now the experience, and we proved that the people are interested to hear about cinematography. Obviously, the people that want to be in the cinematography world, but there are many students, cinematographers, colorists, many people that want to assist to these talks. Something that I was talking yesterday with Kurt is we have to look in every committee, I think, is my point of view, to have an impact, a really impact. And with 2 precedent Imago Talks, we knew, because we have the statistics, that many people attended these talks. And we discovered something interesting, is that 45 of these attendees were from Latin America. We were talking, I don't know if it was with Lars, that maybe it was because some Spanish and Latin American DPs were involved, but I don't think so, because the first one was with Edward Lachman, David Stump, it was Alfonso also, but there are many people from USA or England, and we had a majority of attendees from Latin America. Could be because we have a very young population that doesn't have necessary access to the education. So this kind of talks could impact young students in Latin America, because we know with the statistics that 45% belong to Latin America, 25 to Spain, 20 to the rest of Europe, and only 10% between the United States and other countries. Maybe that we do in Imago is not reaching USA. So we have something to look in this place forward. Because I think any student, any part of the world can be interested in that. But maybe the information not be spread in USA as it could be. See?
Yes, yes.
We realized these talks on Sunday, and with accessible to different time zones. Thinking that for Kurt Brazda, that in the majority of the countries we work from Monday to Saturday. That is esclavitud moderna, esclavage, slavery, modern slavery is the reality. The second item we want to work is Imago Art and Technology. These talks, which could be also bi-monthly and virtually, have as a main interest to open space for our sponsors to show their technological advance compared with the vision of cinematographers, always seen from the cinematographers, because we are not manufacturers, we are cinematographers, but we have this space to talk about their advances and to be thankful and give them some of they are giving to us being sponsored.
I could fill in a bit there, which you told me earlier, Adriana.
Yes.
That this is a way of giving our sponsors a possibility to reach out and talk a bit about recent products that they have. And this is also a way for Imago to show our gratitude for what the sponsors have done to us in the past as well. So it's sort of giving them a window to reach out, and because they have sometimes been felt that they've sort of been left out a little bit.
Yes, and we can have, as I said before, a statistic to know how many people is hearing this conference or this talk. That's we just said, but yes, it's important to say that never we have less than 200 people attending the talks. We made chronology,
yeah.
Schedule. With some things that are already obtained. We talk in blue are Imago talks in
yellow.
In yellow, well, yellow, rose of yellow, are art and technology. We talk already with Art Adams in USA, ARI USA, to have a talk with talking about Alexa 35, sorry, but with cinematographers that worked already with Alexa 35. I'm continuing in Spanish. But maybe I'm looking for them because we need, at the same time, we need to find people with a certain success in art and technology to show the camera. It's not the case in Imago Talks. Imago Talks is our space, and we don't need to be known or with a famous name. We can talk at all levels. But for art and technology, we need to find some successful products and maybe successful DPs to talk about this product. To be more marketing able, no.
To be able to reach out better, I think.
Yes. Okay. I talked personally with Ari Wenger to have Imago Talks, maybe with Natasha Breyer from Argentina, I don't know. I am waiting for her response. But Ari, from the dog, Power of the Dog, she cannot until December. So, as you see, we are doing a schedule all over the year. And if we have Ari Wenger, it will be something special because I was telling Diversity and Inclusion Committee this morning that I wanted to be invited to talk about equipment, about cinematography, about art, and not only to talk about women in the profession. I'm a little bit tired to talk about if I have a point of view different or, because I think there are differences, but the difference that's, I think, came from the level of education and culture. That give you a different point of view. But I think that Lars or me or Alfonso or anybody, if we read a script, we maybe have some differences, but certainly we have many points of common because we are cinematographers. So I wanted to, maybe they are, they are to mention it something about her women role, but it's not the center of the talk. And we are attending a response of Armando Salas that made a show that is now very very, I don't know if here, but in Paris, we saw the cartels of narco series. And they are doing this narco series that's called Griselda, the queen of the mafia. They have a structure, a visual structure. I will want to talk with him about this structure. We are waiting his response. I have to mention that ASC helped us to find them. For example, Ari Wenger, I didn't find her until Saul of the ASC gave me her new mail. So ASC is helping us to contact them. And finally, we are thinking presential masterclass. as I said in the beginning, it allows us to have something like a solidarity between our societies. Maybe 2 or 3 DPs from BSc or from AFC could go to Colombia and Nigeria, we were talking yesterday, to give a master class. And in the case of the ADFC, we have already the proposal of Congo Films to put all the equipment to help us to do it. So we can really think that it will be possible. And just to have an idea, we receive, Mustafa, ¿cómo se dice? Cotizaciones.
Contributions.
No.
Quotation.
To quote? For the Imago talks, we contacted 2 enterprises, one in Brazil and one in Colombia, to have an approximate amount how can it cost. And it cost 1,400 euros to do 9 webinars they offer us to have bilingual staff, to have consolidated list of attendees, to have post-production of webinar, including header closure and identification banners, something that we can use in our web after. So as you see, almost the virtual proposition enter in the budget. We have to see how much it costs presential master classes, but is a long-term project. I don't know if you want to say something?
Well, you could say that there's a link between the second phase with the, which you had earlier, the technical presentations online, and in the future being able to do real events on an actual location with guests and an audience there, because we have to get the funding from the sponsors. So to raise the interest of the sponsors, there's a link between these 2 phases.
Yes, that's true. And we wanted to remind you that anybody that wants to come join us to work, we are, as I said, reborn. So we are only 4 people, 3 from Colombia, Spain, and 1 from Swedish. But we need maybe more people to help us to work on this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adriana, and thank you, Lars. Now we have the Diversity and Inclusion Committee.
Thank you, Lars.
Bojana Andrik from SAS, and who is the chair of the... They didn't give you the headset? Well, I think Kurt has it, maybe.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Hello. I'm also terrible public speaker, so consider this as not professional public speaking, just presentation of Diversity and Inclusion Committee and how this works. It works good. Okay. So first I wanted to tell you that we have many members of Diversity and Inclusion Committee present here in London. So the left column, everyone, Ellen, Astrid, Claire, Mark, Fernanda, Bianca, Raquel, and myself, we are here. So it is almost a half of members. So if you have any idea, anything you would like to speak with us, please approach, because these are, now we will present our ideas and plans, but if you have some better idea, please feel free to tell to us. And yes, I just wanted to mention very briefly the history part of the committee. Many of you were in Iaga in Rome, and you knew that co-chairs still that position were Nina Kellgren and Alan Lotman. They also actually founded the committee in 2016 during Paul Rene presidency, I think, and they did enormous job for the committee. They established almost everything. At some point last Iaga, they decided to step over to give me a chance to be an interim president. So I'm considering myself as interim chair because I was stepping in to fill the place after Nina and Ellen decided to resign. And when we now established our committee working regularly, I have a plan to ask inside the committee to see who is going to be a chair in the future. It's not necessary that it's me. We will discuss it. So this is why I'm insisting on being an interim chair. Maybe I'm not the best position. So first thing what happened in the meantime, it was famous Iaga at Rome, when Ellen and I actually presented on 30th anniversary of Imago. And after that, Ellen and I were presenting diversity and inclusion in Oslo at their digital cinema conference. And it was amazing to now go and learn what is the situation in Scandinavian countries and to reflect on our work. So I was there and was online. After that, we were invited to join the British cinematographer, I think July edition, about diversity and inclusion. They made the two big articles. So Ellen and I and everyone from Diversity and Inclusion, we were in those articles telling experiences and plans. After that, at Manaki Brothers in September, we had a round table together with many cinematographers and camera operators that are not part of Diversity and Inclusion Committee. So we talked about Voices of Empowerment. Was the name, and it was very good with the very different people in a audience, students as well. Of course, after each round table and panel, we figure out that we've talked too much about our position as being a woman inside the cinematography, and we do not talk about us being cinematographers. And this is really the thing that Adriana said. It's really annoying that you have to go and talk about, yes, I'm a cinematographer, but I'm not talking about that. So that was one panel. And now I will go briefly to our future projects. First, so what is the situation inside of our committee? We have, you see, a big list of names, and then we divided into topics, into projects, that who is interested in which project. He said, I will be in charge of this. So it's not that everyone is working everything, it is more about who is interested in what project. So photo exhibition was actually a project that Nina and Ellen started as a changing face of cinematography, and they wanted to present it at Camera Image as a projection of diverse cinematographers. And then in the same time, last Manaki, last September, we met Vika. We met Vika Sakrina, who told us that she has a similar project, and the name of the project is Eye of the Lens. And she told us that there is an Imago camera in Berlin, made in late 70s, that is actually an analog camera that makes straight to positive full-size photo. And Susanna Kraus is the artist and owner of the Imago camera. So she told us that she planned to make portraits of using Imago camera by Susanna, and to exhibit portraits of cinematographers and their work as visibility. And of course we said, okay, Imago Camera and Imago Federation and Diversity and Inclusion Committee, we should merge, and then we merged our two projects. So actually we have, this is the photo of a camera, and this is announcement for the exhibition that is happening, that is opening 18 on February, in a few days in London, in Berlin, during Berlinale, in the studio where the Imago camera is placed. And this will be only the first phase of the exhibition. Vika, when she said that she want to make her exhibition, she didn't think about equality in a way, so we actually asked her to have at least 50-50 cinematographers, males and females. So she accepted that, and this is how diversity and inclusion officially entered in the project. And the plan is, after the first phase, to collect as many as possible cinematographers who are traveling to Berlin to take a photo, because the Imago camera cannot travel for now. It can travel, possibly, it is possible, but it is not so easy. We have some plans, maybe, thinking about some Austria traveling, but the idea is that whoever is going to Berlin can give a call and connect with Vika, and we can organize making portraits, and it means that raising visibility of all cinematographers. Second phase will be, after collecting more portraits, will be on multiple festivals. First of all, we plan to go to Manaki this year, and there are ideas to go to try to go to micro salons, to try to go to other festivals. But we also talked that raising visibility to cinematographers shouldn't be only to cinematographers, but also to producers, to directors, to those who are decision making in our business. So we will try to visit with this exhibition furthermore with the festivals that are not only cinematography festivals. Yes, this is the biggest project, and our budget from last year, diversity and inclusion budget, was put in this project. And regarding this year, we will decide the amount that will be needed for this project and for the other projects. We also have something that is empowering program. Erika, Adis, and Birgit actually will be in charge of this. So it will be a program that will put in force younger cinematographers and give them a chance to get empowering. So that will be one additional thing. Regarding masterclass session that are diversity and inclusion based, not as Adriana and the masterclass committee presented, Astrid, Claire, and Bianca will be in charge of this. So we will, of course, have a cooperation with the masterclass committee when needed, but this will be specifically for the diversity and inclusion topics. Then we have Maura, Birgit, and Karina, who are interested in connecting with other female collectives that already exist, but also to get experiences and to share and to establish another collectives. And the most important, how to move from goals to practice, because sometimes we have a lot of ideas and a lot of goals, and moving to practice is challenging. So this will be a subgroup that will be connected to collectives. Field research and academic studies. Ellen Lotman, Miriam Yavuz, and Astrid, they will be in charge of this topic. And as Kurt said, there is a big possibility that we can merge with their committee, so because they are further away in this. So Ellen already had some good ideas for raising for fundraising for this, and had some people in mind, but Alan and Kurt will figure out how to do this together. Visibility and sponsors. This is not official name. Manaki Sisters Manifesto happened last September in Manaki Festival, when Teresa came and said, I'm enough, I want 50-50. So we put just 50-50 and made Manaki Sisters Manifesto as a starting point of our actually goals to go toward. Now we are at 4 to 7% at some countries. So some were 2, some were 0. We have Slovenia, for example, 0 female cinematographers in society. Darko, sorry for mentioning your country, but somewhere it is still 0, somewhere it is. In Serbian society, we are between 7 and 8%. What we wanted to say, it is not only that we expect to have 50-50 in cinematographers, but regarding visibility and sponsors, sometimes happens that you have, for example, some presentation of equipment of camera, and you have only male cinematographers presenting and being presented. So this is something that we are trying to aim to go with the sponsors, to talk with them, to help us, because sponsors are really supportive, actually. They want to help us. They want even sponsorship only diversity inclusion committee, but sometimes they don't know how to do that. So we will help them to understand how to do that. And ageism is another topic that we raised as a big problem, because we are diversity and inclusion committee. It doesn't mean that we also only talk about women, men. We also have national minorities. We also have people of color. We also have many other categories that are underrepresented. And also we figure out that ageism is a big problem. It is different, the way ageism is happening for male and female, but that is something that we will put a focus in the future, and Raquel will be in charge of this topic. So that means that for each of topics, if you have anything to say, you go to the person that is in charge of the topic. And for the end, we wanted to make a call for new members, but somehow we didn't make it. We didn't do it because we already had a lot of members and a lot of active members. In the future, I believe that we will do it, but we have to make it some kind of a good structure. We started with a good structuring and then inviting more people. So I think we are now in a position where we might, in the future, invite new members, specifically send through Imago webmail call for new members. We'd inquire that they say what is the project that they would like to work inside of the committee, or they can propose their own project. So that will happen to all your societies. At some point you will get that, that information. And for the end, this is something that Nina and Ellen taught me. If you can see it, you can be it. That is some kind of a motto of Diversity and Inclusion Committee. So I wanted to conclude with that. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I can try to answer, but we have here Fernanda, Ellen, Nina, Astrid, Claire, Bianca, so Mark is there somewhere. Mark? Oh, Mark is there, yes. So any questions for me or them? Okay, thank you.
Do you mind putting on the Imago website on the screen, please? Thank you. So today we have a new member cinematographer on the website. So we invite you to all look at the Imago website, read the article. It will also be sent with the newsletter, and it's also on Instagram. So we invite you to make it popular. ITC was the next committee, and they're not connected yet, so we're waiting on an answer.
Take 5 minutes break? Yes.
Yes, please, let's take 5 minutes. seats. The break is over, and we're going to have the ITC presentation.
Yes.
So as soon as everybody settles down.
Going to put my coat on. It's quite cold here this morning.
So I present to you David Stump, who is the co-chair of the ITC and is joining us from LA, I believe.
Yes, indeed. Good morning. So the ITC have been quite busy this year, and I'm here to give you a little bit of a report. Let me go to full screen here. Can I share my screen? Okay. ITC have been busy in the last year. Articles in cinematography, British cinematographer, a couple of articles. We presented near real-time virtual production on the Italian war film Comandante. We did the Oslo conference. I was there along with Alexei Berkovic. We did the Kutaisi International Short Film Festival with conferences by all three of the co-chairs. Tests and conferences in Paris, Tallinn, and Helsinki, led by Philippe Ross. Let me page forward. We have a number of proposed projects on the boards for this year, including this participation in the Iaga. Between January and March, we're doing Zooms to invite new members from all the associations to join the ITC councils. 16th and 17th is obviously, as you know, the BSC show. In March, we're doing presentations on LEDs with ICLS and the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. In April, this isn't on the list, but in April, I'll be going to IBC to present a couple of panels on metadata, and I'll be representing the ITC on those panels. Metadata is becoming a very, very important topic, and so much so that the unions here are forming committees to educate our members on the ramifications of metadata in production workflows. In June, we plan on going to the Eurocine Expo. We've got 7 panels and presentations, including with the ICLS and the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And we'll be presenting and screening the Powell Oxtel 9x7 camera at both the GSCA and at the ASC. And also we'll be doing a screening at the IMAX Mastering Theater in Playa del Rey. I am presenting a couple of papers on data, metadata, at the IBC show in Amsterdam. In September, we're also planning to attend and participate in Manaki Brothers Film Festival. We have 4 presentations lined up for that. Once again in November, hoping to go to the Kutaisi International Short Film Festival again. Possibly in November, I'm hoping to try to come to Poland to participate in Camera Image. That hasn't worked out for a couple of years, but COVID notwithstanding. And all year long, we're doing continuing work on the Photon Path and the Photon Path app. These are some of the articles that we participated in, some of the panels that we did. September and October of last year, we did a very big panel called Feel the Burn, Artistic Decisions on Cinematography. To be burned or not to be burned. Basically, that means what do you burn into the image and what do you not burn into the image? And it was a very, very lively panel. We did presentations with Charles Poynton and Daniele Sirigusano from our effort to define terms. I presented on the Comandante near real-time metadata workflow, and anyone who's interested in having a copy of that PowerPoint is welcome to contact me personally. Oslo, as usual, was another good conference, and we had a lot of cinematographers there. It was very well attended, and it was a very lively conference. Kutaisi was kind of a moment for both Alexei and I, because there were numerous young cinematographers and students who came away from that conference and those presentations telling us, now I know what I want to do with my life. So it was very, very heartwarming. Philippe Ross did a number of conferences in Paris. He did an LED conference, a couple of LED conferences, and a conference on cinematographic lighting intentions and textures. Charles and Daniele and the rest of us continue to work on Photon Path and the Photon Path app. And with the help of the HDM Hochschule Medien in Stuttgart, we have been populating the definitions and hyperlinks in the Photon Path diagram. And that's kind of our report for this year. Are there any questions? Let me stop share.
Any questions?
You are all welcome to join ITC. And we are looking for co-chairs in South America and in Asia, if we can find any. Asia, Australia, it's this whole round Earth thing gets in the way. Time zones are always a problem. But we would love to have participation throughout the rest of the world. No questions?
No question. Well, thank you very much, David. Appreciate you coming at it early. I know it's early in LA, and yeah.
It's not that early. I'm usually up early, and once I have my morning tea, I'm fine.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. So I think this concludes. Oh, yes, if anybody hasn't registered for this afternoon BSC Expo, the VIP, please register. Well, we don't have, this would have to be a signed document, so. Yes. Tavo wanted us for the delegates who are attending this Iaga, so we would have a group of shared emails. But we didn't do it's called the RJPD document because of bylaws. We can't share things unless we have your authorization. So maybe we could route this through the office, maybe, and the people who want to have their email shared. What's your suggestion?
Yeah, we do have all the privacy laws we have to follow. So I guess we have to send out an email, and everyone will give their consent if we can send out the email as a group list to everyone. Also, there's a request from Ali Braga. He would like to make an Instagram post with all our names tagged to it, if possible. So if you can find Marcella, you can give her your Instagram tag, so we can tag you. Or send on Discord. Follow Bojana's lead.
Yes, just send your Instagram handle on Discord, and then she can copy-paste, and it means that you gave the permission. Maybe it's easier.
Yes, then you give consent if you send it through Discord.
Yeah, it can also be in that same email. So
Yeah, even the email address. Let's start using Discord.
yes. Even for committees, as somebody suggested.
You can write on Iaga 24 channel. So there, put your Instagram and email.
Okay, so
Remind about the bus.
what time? At 4:45, we have a bus leaving for the BSC Expo. So if you could be there a little before, and it will take us to Battersea Park. And this concludes this part of the Iaga. Thank you very much all for coming. And I mean, we'll see each other later at the BSC Expo, but see you next year in São Paulo, hopefully.